too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I was bored with you. I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but
I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work in the play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all.
from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name. Oh, I will call and I will plead.
Hello, everyone.
Love transcends every bound.
So, welcome everyone on the studio stage today. Tobias and I will be here for the whole of the day. And as Maya and Stefan said earlier, if you want to submit a lightning talk, please come to me and tell me which topic you will want to present tomorrow morning, I guess. And that's about it. Let's start with our first talk here, or wait, because I see a couple of people rushing in. So take a seat, we have some time. There are some seats in the first row, just left, and every speaker loves it to see your faces interested in the first row. So what's the topic of the first talk? I remember Carsten was here last year telling us about updating things, how, when, and why. And I think we all saw just now that we obviously will run into something when we update, and it just doesn't work. And I think most of you will always have heard the sentence, it doesn't work. And you know, okay, what doesn't work? How do I fix it? Or run into something that just boggle your mind. So I'm very curious what Carsten will tell us about his dubious topics he encountered and how he did it, fix it. So welcome, Carsten.
Yeah, hello from my side. Awesome. I just like, okay, we could do a small round of 5 people sitting in a circle and discussing things, but it turned out to be almost sold out. That's great. Yeah, updating. I wonder why did I spend 45 minutes on that topic last year when Sebastian just did it in 10 to 15, but maybe there's more to just doing it and whatever. Anyway, so I don't know. I don't know every one of you. I know some, and you might not know me. So a few words on my background. I've been using PHP for 25 years, I realized in the days leading to the conference. And at that point, I didn't even realize that PHP was still such a young language when I started using it, because probably 5 years seemed old to the younger me, whatever. And I've also been involved with what now is Neos for 20 years, which is at the same time amazing and frightening. But what hasn't changed in all these years is that the community in this project and around Neos and Flow is still amazing me with the creativity and the endurance also that the community shows is really just awesome. And the company I'm currently working at, I co-founded that, and that is, again, 10 years ago, which passed by like, you know, do you remember that sketch about Dilbert loving deadlines because they make this whooshing sound when they go by? That's that feeling. So this is the abstract. And I mean, over those years, you see a lot of projects coming by, and you know, you do updates and you help people with issues. And the target group really is ranging from back-end developers digging deep into some core features or add-ons to the editor that just, you know, can't publish something. So it's really a wide range of topics that we've seen over those years. And you will see some examples of things that you might not want to do, regardless of your role. So we'll look at some things that you might want to do to address your own issues. So maybe you're in the sad situation that you have to fix the bugs you created yourself, which can be sometimes even harder than fixing other people's bugs. How to identify issues, how to find what's actually the issue at hand, and then also make the life of maybe your fellow developers easier by doing things or not doing things. So that's kind of what to expect. So I know some people, and I wonder if some of those that I know will learn something new, but then again, you never know. Who of you has been using Neos for more than a year? Okay, more than 2 years? More than 4 years? Okay, so how many conferences have you been to? More than 4? Okay, more than 2? Okay, and the others are here for the first time. Or more. No, well, whatever. Okay, so it's a mixture. It's a mixture of things. That's good. So yeah, let's see how many of the things you maybe have seen already at some point, or maybe you have seen. You think you have seen that slide, but it's maybe just because there's certain things, certain categories of bugs and issues that happen over and over again in kind of a very similar reincarnations. I don't know, maybe, it depends on how fast I'm riding through this, but let's try maybe an experiment. If you have something at your to-do list currently, a bug, an issue, or maybe even something that you've fixed and it was just so mind-bogglingly awesome to solve that riddle that you might want to tell about it, think about it and hand it in as a question, so maybe we can have 2 or 3 really interesting stories or questions from your side at the end to look at. So let's see. The first thing that I want to remind you of is question the expertise of whomever you're asking about things that don't work. Because I like to see myself as the expert that can surely solve the issue that you have easily, but that might not be true. And I might give you advice that is well-intended, but doesn't really work for you or solve your problem. Or maybe you have some certain background information that makes you think, well, yeah, that's nice. I would rather not try that, but then again, well, they charge money for that, so maybe I should just follow their advice. I don't know. And then you do it, and it turns out to be a waste of time. That can happen. So trust your own thoughts. Don't underestimate the power of your own knowledge, ever. Because experts are everywhere, and at times I'm in that role of an expert, and I'm not always right. I'm proud to say that most of the time it helps what we do, but sometimes we need to take a detour as well, and the first idea that we have is not the one leading to the solution. So trust your own thoughts, and there's kind of this list of universal truth, maybe. I don't know if maybe it's far-fetched to call them like that, but keep your own brain moving. Don't rely on things just being told a solution and just doing that, like, I don't know, essential copy and paste from Stack Overflow or whatever. It's not good for your brain to shut down and just do what you're told. So think about the stuff that you hear. Judge it based on your own experience. And then never believe anyone telling you that this is the solution and you must do it like this other way, it's going to break down, because there's no silver bullet. It always depends on what you're doing. So try to work with the people you are helping, or the people that are helping you. Collaboration always gets you further than just doing your own thing or doing their thing. Work together. And that doesn't only apply to people, it also applies, of course, to the software you're using, to the APIs you're connecting to. And this is one of the older cases. If you have been around for long enough, you might have seen that example, but it's just too good to miss it. Don't work against the framework. This example is from customer code. By the way, if any of you ever thinks, oh, he's picking at me for, if you think this could have been my code or whatever, maybe, but don't be offended. It's it's not just you. We've all been there. So we've seen this code in a customer project at some point, and the first thing you notice is there's a hard-coded instantiation of the SMTP transport for SwiftMailer, and that's kind of interesting. And then it registers a logging plugin, and then it sends a message. And that's, I didn't count the lines, but it's a lot of code when all you would need is this. And that's not because there was a stupid developer or someone that just copied from somewhere something, but there was probably code written by someone that looked at the SwiftMailer documentation and found their examples of how to use SwiftMailer. And maybe you can turn the blame totally around to the people that maybe did not ideally write documentation for the near SwiftMailer package, and tell you that you can drop all that because auto configuration, dependency injection, blah 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 blah. You just need to create your message and send it. And then, of course, if you need that much logging that you want to log everything in a specific transport, maybe you should, invest in monitoring the state of your system in some other place and just believe that this is working. But that's a different thing. So always try to use the systems that you use in the way they are intended to be used, because that reduces the amount of code, and that, in turn, reduces the amount of support needed to keep that code going, because what we started out at that point was finding why changing certain parameters for the transport did not reflect in the system. So we tried to use a different transport, and we couldn't. But the settings were injected, and if you changed the SMTP settings, that had an effect, but not changing the transport, because it was hard-coded. So that was kind of, you set out from a completely different task and end up improving the code base. So this is, leads me to the point of asking the right questions. Because usually when people ask you something, you have an immediate reaction of, I think I have an idea what this could be. So you probably need to, did you try doing this and that? But you don't know everything. You, most of the time, don't even know enough to find a solution already. So this was a ticket that came into our help desk. It's in German, but no, this is a ticket that I wrote to a customer, because I had seen that in the logs there was an error during import. And it had an error saying, well, this long title can't be inserted into the database. So this, these, I don't know how many words, was to be imported as a title. So I thought, oh well, I'm the proactive support guy. I write to them that maybe you want to change the state of your product database that we're importing from, because this title is clearly too long. I don't think that's supposed to be that way. And I was like, yeah, I found an issue, and it wasn't my fault, and it was the customer's fault. But I proactively hinted at them to, so they can fix it. So this is something to be proud of, right? And then I thought, well, but I don't know, maybe it's something else at fault. So I looked again, and it wasn't that this title was too long. It was that the system tried to import the description into the title. Why that? Because the order of fields in the file that we are importing had changed, but no one had told us to adjust the configuration. So yeah, I had actually found an issue, and it really was the customer's fault, but my first assumption on the cause of this was completely wrong. So never assume that you know enough, but be proactive. Like what I try to do is help the customer before that actually becomes a problem. But if they had been proactive and had informed us about the changes, well, we could have avoided that error in the first place and adjusted the configuration. So inform your team about changes. If you're working in a company, talk to each other about things that you planned, talk about things you did, talk about things you observe that don't seem right. And inform your collaborators. So if you're in an agency, hopefully your customer tells you what they want and what they need and what they do change. And you hopefully inform, I don't know, your hosting company or whomever you are collaborating with about upcoming changes or things that you did, because it makes life easier for everyone. Then use current versions of all the things. This is kind of the why and when should I update stuff that I did last year. And it's like, who's using Neos 4.3 still? That's like asking who. Well, no, I won't do that. Anyway, so we were tasked with, we created a package for a customer, and they asked us to add a new feature to that package. And I was like, okay, yeah, we can do that. So I looked up the API changes in the third-party system that it connects to, and I looked at what we'd need to do to implement that feature, and I implemented that feature, and I said, well, you can try this new release that I tagged, and it should do all the things. Except that, oh man, yeah, that was that project. Oh, maybe they updated. And sure enough, they answered, and that's nice, and I tried it locally and it works, but we need it for that customer system, and that's still running Neos 4.3. And mind you, this was this year. This was in 2025. So I assumed I knew the setting, because if someone asks you for a new feature, you base it on what is current, right? Never assume you know the things, the environment you're working with. Always ask the right questions. And then this is a slide from a presentation that I gave in 2018. This is really, you see, this was April 18, and it was about upgrading to PHP 7. I urged people to do PHP 7 upgrades because, back then, 7.0 was already in security-only fixes. So who knows where PHP 7 currently is? Well, this was yesterday, the supported versions. 7 is still there, which is probably encouraging if you think back to that 4.3 project, because what version of Neos 4.3, what PHP version do you need to run Neos 4.3? It's still PHP 7. And that has been out of maintenance for years now. So I don't know if this customer bought the extended support that you can buy from Zend, but I doubt it because that's ridiculously expensive, which is probably fair given that it's ridiculous to run PHP 7 still. Anyway, keep your things upgraded and at the same time still ask the right questions, right? So. Okay, let's look at another dubious code example. Handling persistent resources. It's not the fun part of working with Flow and Neos to handle persistent resources, but still, we gave it a lot of thought in the past. How do you abstract resources that are usually just files on disk so that you can use them and work with them without knowing where they are exactly? Because, cloud and things, you might not have them on your disk. So at some point, we found this code. And it's doing all kinds of weird stuff. It's supposed to import something. Again, for CSV files seem still to be all the rage when it comes to handling data transfer. Anyway, so this is finding a, it's creating a document that is something entirely different, but then it gets a resource from that document and gets the SHA-1 and then uses that SHA-1 to create a file path on disk to read that file. And when would that break? If, I don't know, imagine you change the switch for storing resources from hashed resource path to non-hashed, or you just use cloud storage. I don't know. So it could be this simple, because there's a create temporary local copy function. So again, know your framework, use the possibilities it has, and that is especially true now when you transition to Neos 9. Never assume that things work the same way as they did before. They might. That might be the solution that you have been using might be there to stay, or it could be that you need to adjust, and it still works, but it's just a compatibility layer, and you never know when that's going to be gone. So learn the stuff. And whenever you learn stuff, it makes it easier to give the right answers, of course. Another example, this one was an actual client problem coming in. So yeah, there's this, we have these product teasers where you put in an SKU, and well, the new products don't show up. And then actually, trying to be helpful, 2 links to products, links to the shop of that customer. Except that on that shop page, I cannot see which SKU they tried to insert. So it would have been nice to see where on the page they tried to insert that, so I could actually check out an example. So that leads me to tell me what went wrong, and please tell me exactly what went wrong. I mean, you've all been there probably opening up an issue, be it with your IT department or on GitHub, or maybe, I don't know, you complain to your landlord that the electricity always goes out at night. Tell them exactly what went wrong, right? So be precise, because it doesn't work is a bad description. And if you hadn't had the abstract, just the title, it doesn't work, you could have assumed that the website's broken. And I tried to fill in the title, and out of frustration, just typed in, it doesn't work. Right? And that's about the amount of information that you get. So always share what you did. The real cause of the issue is easier found when I tried this. It happened at that point on the website. Here's the URL. If you click that link, I'm expecting this to happen, but it does that, and I see this error message, etc., etc. In this case, by the way, the CSV file where they changed the order of fields, this time they had changed the URL to download it from and hadn't told us. So the new products weren't being imported. So also tell me exactly where it went wrong. So give me an example URL, give me a line of code, give me a class file, tell me the name of the log file, whatever, and also tell me when it went wrong. I don't know how that's for you, but a lot of times you see error reports, and they say, yeah, I did this and that happened, and I mean, if you get editor bug reports, you always get this, I made a screenshot, and then there's this little red box, and it cuts off the most interesting part. You can't even see the exception trace code message. And you're like, oh, whatever, I don't know. And then maybe I can find something in the logs. But when did this happen? And more often than not, it would have been really helpful if whoever observed a bug would have noted down the date and time of it happening, because then it would have been a way easier to find a log message relating to that error, or maybe an exception trace file, or a spike in metrics of some server system, if you knew when to look. Okay, So what went wrong? Where did you see it? When did it happen? Now, sometimes, even when you tell a lot of the story, it can still lead you into the wrong direction. This was a nice one that came in from a customer, and it was addressed to Robert, and it said, well, the staging system is going down whenever we enable custom daemons on the server. So, but it's the same code as on the integration system. It's the same code, as far as I can see, but yeah, it's the same code. And you know, the queues are all empty, and you know, we just don't know why is it going down, where's the load coming from. And the first thing, load, okay, so then you start looking at metrics, and then you, I don't know, maybe it's not really the same state of code. Well, yeah, it is, and you start looking and digging. And at some point you realize, oh yeah, the container is dying with an out-of-memory error, and it's getting killed. So it's not the load on the CPU, it's the memory. But yeah, and if you disable the daemons, it works indeed. But there's 33 custom daemon scripts running. Well, I don't know, I could turn them on and off one by one to find the culprit, but that's probably better done by the customer that knows what these scripts are actually doing, and which of those might potentially use a lot of memory, and so on and so on. In the end, it turned out the system failed because on a third-party server somewhere at, I think it was Amazon, a PubSub queue was missing. And that what had been configured for the other staging system, but not for this staging system. So that broke. And that probably led to messages being kind of piling up on that server and not being submitted to that queue remotely, and that filled up the memory, and boom, everything died down. So they tried to tell us what they did. They had verified the code base, and they had checked the queues locally are empty initially, and so on. But it's still very important to remember that tell them everything you tried. And if you are the one having to fix something, ask them to tell you everything they tried. Be it an editor that says, well, I clicked there. Okay, what did you do before? What did you do afterwards? Ask them. And if your coworkers tell you, yeah, I tried to debug it, but it still doesn't work, that's not as helpful as, yeah, well, I tried this and I tried that, and I can rule out that this is the cause because, you know, and I even went back 3 commits and it's not there anymore, so, yeah, it must be one of the last 3 commits, and so on. Have them tell you what you tried, or tell them what you already tried. It makes it easier. Then, another nice example, read the error message. The example that I'm going to show is not Neos 9 related, because so far Neos 9 doesn't have any errors yet. It's still fresh, you know. But probably you will run into some when upgrading, and it's the more important that you carefully look at what the system is telling you. Like the composer message that poor Tobias had on his try of upgrading the website. I have seen a lot of composer messages telling me what is wrong, and it's very happy throwing 3 screens of error messages at you at the same time, and you know, you have to figure out what's actually going wrong. But it helps to read through all of that, really. So let's look at this. Cannot modify header information. I mean, that's the warning. Cannot modify header. That's actually, whoa. Okay, so it's something in what's actually going wrong there? So you maybe Google for cannot add header information, but I mean, actually you already know that some output has been sent already, and PHP cannot set a header. But yeah, so then you look more closely and you see, oh, there's some fine print. It's like with a good contract, always read the fine print. There's a creation of a dynamic property. Yeah, I know, this is no longer good style, so you probably, I don't know, see this after updating PHP on your server or whatever, and you wonder why this is happening, and then you look at where does it come from, Guzzle, but I mean, Guzzle is just this, we are using it just like this. there's no property being created there dynamically. What's going wrong? And this was another nice example of a very indirect cause of a bug, because you wonder, if this is Guzzle's fault, how does it not explode into the face of thousands of developers every day? This very minute, this can't be a real issue. And in the end, Guzzle had been fixed, and we could have updated if it weren't for a package that we required that in turn had pinned a dependency to a certain version of Guzzle. And so it couldn't update it. And you run into this issue. So this is really, sometimes you really need to be, maneuvering around a lot until you find the actual cause of an issue. And then again, a tip on what it helps to find issues is if you have tests, because if you have tests, you see issues come up immediately. But don't just write tests. This is a real example of a project that I once saw, which is, I don't know if you, what is this testing exactly? This should be, I don't know, this should be a test maybe in some hardcore foundational test suite in the PHP source code, but this should not be in your application test. Because if you don't trust PHP to instantiate your objects, well, then I don't know. So if you write tests, write useful tests. Sebastian asked if everyone is using Git. And I can always only urge you to use a VCS. It doesn't have to be Git, for heaven's sake. Even if it's still Subversion, but do something. This slide, this exact same slide, is from 2018 again. Version control is not optional. So I had an update request at the end of last year or beginning of this year. I don't remember exactly. So, but it's like maybe half a year ago, where they said, well, we can finally here, upgrade to Neos 8 and also PHP 8, and we are also moving to a different server and so on. And oh, by the way, we have a new repository on GitHub. Yeah. This was one of those projects where they were, where I had created a Git repository in our GitHub organization to track the changes I made to their source code. And whenever I would update something, I would pull the code from the server, commit that, do my changes so that I knew what had actually happened and if I had broken something or not. So they had this new Git repository of their own now, and they even had it single sign-on integrated with their Microsoft Active Directory, whatever thing, and I had to get a new account for it. And I was like, yeah, so they made progress. So I checked out the repository, and I was like, Composer install, no manifest found. What? Why? They didn't have Composer lock in their Git repository. They didn't even have Composer manifest itself in the Git repository. That was just on the server, like in the old days. And that leads me to another observation, that they were still developing things on the production server, which is like, how can you even work? Because they had pull requests that had been merged that were missing half of the files that they actually needed, but they would never notice because they were on the live server. The assets for the new updated font awesome, they were all there, but not in the Git repository. So use Git, but then do it right and do not develop on your production server. Actually, Git is distributed. So distribute the experience so you find those issues. I don't know, you're probably doing that all, I hope. And if you don't, or if you know someone that doesn't, then you can nudge them into the right direction. Okay, and then sometimes there's this issue where you go like, I just hope they forget that this ticket is still open. Maybe it just doesn't ever happen again. Because, we have this one task that is going on for ages now, where sometimes when they publish something, the cache isn't cleared, and you see the old content, and we were like, okay, yeah, maybe if we redo the whole foundation and rewrite all that and get rid of this experimental package they used back then and just do it in plain Fusion AFX, and that should surely help, because all the cache configuration seems, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't help. And then we have this one customer where their clients, again, they have this one lady that says, well, the NEOS management thing works only when I'm in the kitchen with a laptop. It doesn't work in the living room. So what do you do with those bug reports? Sometimes you just need to take a step back. And that's also what Norman does when he is out of ideas. He takes a shower, because a brain in the shower leads to enlightenment. And that is not just, I mean, you probably have all experienced that. Maybe in the shower, the power of the shower is real. And there's even, I mean, this is a real psychological thing, and it's called shower thoughts. And there's people from universities, well-known scientists researching that. And why does it work? Because if you are totally bored, your brain kind of shuts off. You need something that you do, but it doesn't have to consume all of your mental energy. So showering is good because you shave, you wash, you soap, and it's a routine. You do it regularly. You know the order and things that the order things are happening in, and at the same time you are kind of sensory. There's a restriction. You don't see too well because there's all this vapor in the air, and also there's this white noise from the running water, and it's very comfortable because it's warm. There's nothing that's really over or underestimating your brain. So that's why shower thoughts work. So if at the end of the day you go like, I really need to solve this, but I'm out of ideas, just take a shower or take a walk, have a rest, have a good night's sleep, come back to it the next day. That will probably help. And I'm not the shower guy. I'm the almost asleep thinker. When I'm like, I need to try that. And then just keep in mind to write it down, because I usually forget those things. So I write them down in the evening, and then you can tackle the thing at the next day. Okay, thanks.
So thank you, Carsten. I did find on this slide, I usually take a walk.
Yeah.
That's quite good. Taking a break and also sitting down with your colleagues. I had this, first of all, before you tell me your problem, please breathe. Calm down, we will go there step by step. That's also very helpful.
Start at the start.
Yeah. And we had a question about the importing, and the question was, would it be an idea to validate the format of the file? To not just have to rely on the customer to tell you things.
Yeah, that would have probably been helpful at that case. Then again, it did produce error messages. So, I mean, it would have produced validation error messages. The real problem in that case, aside from not being notified that this has been changed, and this is probably also something that is 2 steps before it reaches us, because the editors that complain about this not working are not the people responsible for the product feed, and they couldn't care less about the product feed because that's the shop people. And but actually, if I hadn't seen this by accident, more or less, monitoring is the answer in this case. Have something watch your logs and notify you of a spike in error messages. That's also, data insights is really the thing here. But yeah, if you can, validate your data before you touch it.
And I know that you did some updates to NEOS 9 during our beta processes. Did you encounter some dubious issues in the code you tried to update that you didn't, I don't know, see for a couple of years because it was running smoothly, and in your update process you thought you found something that was challenging?
Definitely. I mean, the first tries of updating were pretty early on at some sprint in Frankfurt. We discussed yesterday if that was 24 or 23.
I think 23.
Yeah, that was my guess, and someone doubted it. So it was 23, probably. It was that long ago. But yeah, we've taken some time. Anyway, so in these first tries, you absolutely expect things to be broken after, doing whatever migration tooling we had in place at that point. And it's more about finding out what you actually need to adjust. But even now, in the last few days, we found issues that were unearthed by Neos 9 that used to work just fine. And these are probably really hard nuts to crack because the code isn't broken. There's not really an error because it used to work for years. But now it kind of interacts with the new CR, maybe. That was one case we had where you couldn't publish because there was things changing in the content. And we were like, why? It's at this point of day, I should be the only one trying to publish something. And it turns out there was some automated thing going on in the background that created changes in a way that now block publishing because, you can't overwrite things anymore. In the past, it would just, change this and change this and change this. And if you pressed publish in between, it would change your thing and it wouldn't be bad. In that case, it could have been. And now it forbids you from doing that. So these are the things that you are probably going to see when you go into the Neos 9 direction and you look at old code that used to work for a long time. And then always go like, okay, this is not broken in itself, but how did the behavior change that might cause this issue? So it's different. And it might not even lead to real error messages in logs. It's just, something not being quite right. It's, you have to dig into those things to get a feeling for, this, and by the way, this is fixed, but this also looks like maybe we should check this next week.
So thank you, Carsten. Maybe someone will tell you how they take a break before solving difficult bugs. And I think Toby has a present for you. So thank you for being here. It's applause. Yeah. You can try to challenge yourself with recreating the wonderful Neos N.
I heard it takes an hour, so it's longer than updating a Neos site.
So maybe you can challenge yourself and try to update it and create this.
Maybe it works as a kind of shower replacement. So maybe you should all get one at the check-in, and then whenever you have a problem to solve, you just glue away a bit on your Neos N. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And Toby, do you know who's next on this stage?
Yes. Can we have the slide?
That's still me. Oh, that's still me.
Carsten. Don't forget to rate the talk in the app. And next up on the studio stage is Dr. Andrea Herrmann with her talk about lightweight requirements engineering for IT projects. So 12 o'clock here on the studio stage. And on the center stage, Fiach Dylan from 1&1 will talk about elevating code quality and ensuring stability in Neos projects. So enjoy your short break and see you again in a bit.
Sounds like a tough choice. You need to split yourself.
I'm staying here for sure.
Okay. Thanks.
So what's the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see me lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. I've been hurt before and saw you inside me. Pulling on my heart, all the strings will fly, see. You can take the cake and just icing. Blow so quick, never fuck with the Pisces. Ooh, but I learn quick. Ooh, we could change shape in a tick. With a broken heart and nights apart, I'm wide awake and I'm just still thinking about you. But baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training, and now I'm a little too much. Be yourself in this place where I'm lost without a chase, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby, yeah, you know I just need a little training. Come get me. So what's the best time for you? Yeah, we can play your games, but I could never see me lose. Yeah, I've been checking out your moves. You were slipping slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. But what's the use? Why we so dark? I like this better at the start. Just holding hands, forgiveness free, but we don't backtrack gracefully. But baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training, and now I'm a little too much. Be yourself in this place where I'm lost without a trace, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby, yeah, you know I just need a little training. Come get me. So what's the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see you lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove.
Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down.
1, 2, 3. Okay, jetzt höre ich mich auch selber.
Gonna tear it all down. Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna some hard days, life might get crazy. Oh, we can try, but it will never stop me. This is the start of something beautiful. And this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. And I can feel your heart beating close to mine. You're like gravity. You're pulling me. You're pulling me. You got me, oh, you got me. Whoa. Oh, you got me, oh, you got me. Whoa. Oh, you got me, oh, you got me.
Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Blood's been flowing strong since yesterday. Somewhere beneath these crippled thoughts, wondering how my pain has caused. Your pain didn't mean to share, and I've just been looking into that deep hole and stern. I'm here, don't take it away. I care, just tell me to stay. And I call your name. Suddenly he couldn't breathe. 'Cause I want you to know my pain, how I feel. Oh, you don't know 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 how I feel. Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Some of these things I'd rather not say. How far can we go before our tired hearts reach their low? And I call your name. Suddenly he couldn't breathe. 'Cause You don't know my pain, how I feel. Oh, you don't know 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 how I
Don't know a day.
breathe me in, breathe me out of love. And feel me good, feel me oh so soft. And take my pure heart and make it yours, make it yours. Spin me around with yours.
Welcome, welcome. Come in, take a seat for our next talk here on the studio stage. You probably all know by now that the NeosCon app is the place to ask your questions so that I can relay them at the end of the talk to our speaker. And our speaker today is Dr. Andrea Hermann. Thank you for the slide here. Freelance software engineering trainer, consultant, author. So a lot of practical experience as well as academic background. We've just had a little talk before the presentation. So I'm really looking forward to an interesting introduction, an overview of a lightweight requirements engineering for IT projects. And give a warm welcome to Andrea.
So, thank you for your interest in my presentation. Just a short presentation of myself. I have 30 years of work experience, and as you already heard, it's a mixture of academia and also practical work. I've been employed in IT companies for 7 years and was a bit frustrated by the chaos they have there. So I went back to academia to do research on software engineering. Also had some guest professorships, and now I'm a freelance trainer for 10 years already. So we start at the beginning. So what is requirements engineering? There are lots of definitions about this. I usually compare it to a translating job. That's how I felt it when I did it as a work. You have two different types of contact persons. On the one side, you have in the so-called problem space, you have users and customers, and sometimes they have no idea about technical topics, so they speak their banking language or whatever language they have in their usual day. And then you have a development team in the background, and they talk Java or ABAP or whatever. So they are technical persons, and the requirements engineer is the translator between these two worlds. So if the users say, oh, the prototype is nice, but we need this and that, then I go to the developers and translate it in their language. Like in this table, we need another attribute or whatever. And when the developers say something to me, I go to the customer and tell them in their language what this means. So the role who is doing that can also be a product owner or whoever, but you always have some sort of translation. And so this is also reflected in the definition of a requirement, because you have finally two different types of requirements. They all are called requirement, but some are in the problem space. So there you have a need that the stakeholders have. they should not say, sometimes they do, but they should not say, I need a button or something. They need something for their work. So they have work processes and that must be supported by some technology. And then you have the technical experts and the requirements in the solution space describe properties of the system, functionalities, and they talk of buttons or whatever. So even requirements are something that need to be translated from one language in the other. And that's something that I have observed in consultant projects often, that they mix up different things. The users talk of technology and they write specifications which mix problem space and solution space, and that's already a bit dangerous. So requirements are the basis for everything else. So they describe what really needs to be done and also why it needs to be done. So it's the basis for effort estimation and also for contracts if you have a contract, and also time management. If you know how much time it takes, you can have a good expectation what you can do in 1 week. So finally, it should also be the basis, of course, of the code you write and of test cases and of user manuals, etc. So if you have really good requirements, then you have good basis for the rest, and you don't need to reinvent the system for testing or whatever. So that's the motivation for requirements. And there's a continuum between two extremes. One is the heavyweight requirements specification that you have usually in engineering area where you have security relevant systems like cars or planes. They need to specify everything in detail, usually on different levels of abstraction with a lot of information, and then also linking between the components and whatever, and problem space and solution space. How is the requirement of the customer implemented by a solution? So they need to do a lot of documentation. And in the lightweight area, you write only as much as needed because you also do a lot of communication, and that is sufficient because the requirements, they are not the documentation of the product. For example, when you build a plane, you need some documentation until the end of life of this plane. So that's needed because otherwise you are not allowed to fly this plane. But in other areas where it's not safety critical, you don't need such documentation. So it's rather requirements support the communication between the different participants of the team. So there you write as much as you need, and then you see spontaneously what you need. Maybe you say, I need a data model, then you draw a data model. If not, you won't draw a data model. So, and here a short look at heavyweight requirements. For example, in standards, you have a long list of potential chapters of such a specification and content that could be written down. And if you do this in practice, can really turn you mad because you have the impression that you have documented the same things 4 times, what is also the case because you write on several levels of abstraction, and you repeat yourself and you contradict yourself also. So that's really a lot of work. So usually we try to avoid this if you don't need to do it because it feels like a waste of time. In agile development, anyway, lightweight requirements are the norm. It's one of the principles of agile development, but there are also other situations in non-agile where you don't need too detailed requirements. For example, so-called delta requirements. That means you have a running system and then you implement some during maintenance some small changes, then you don't need so much detail. You have a team that knows the system well and you can work with lightweight requirements. And the same also when you do customizing of software. In my work experience, we usually had a standard software that was customized. So we did not specify completely from the beginning how the work process should look like, because that was already there was already a standard process in the system. So we only documented small changes or specific needs of the customers. And also the flexibility of the technology plays a role. If you have a flexible technology that you can modify easily, then it makes sense to start implementing early. Then you have a prototype to discuss with users, and then later on you can adapt it. So this very detailed upfront requirement specification is mainly needed when you have unflexible technology like hardware, or you build a ticket machine or something. Here you are not very flexible. And even if you will end up with a heavyweight specification, you might start with a lightweight one to just get an overview for the beginning. So now the good question is, how much do we need? That depends, so it's a quite complex question, how much will we need? But there's a good strategy to think about it. I took this from the IRAP foundation level. It's quite new in the version 3, and already applied this also with customers and found it very helpful to customize the requirements engineering process to the work processes they already have. There are lots of influencing factors. It's quite complex to customize the process to the specific team and project. And then there are some predefined facets that you look at, and you can do a configuration of a process, and then in this order, work products and practices are chosen. So I will show you an example, a fictitious example. Let's take a zoo who wants to have a website. So when you have a digital agency, they will develop this website, and they get a fixed price, so you need some definition of the scope. They have written a simple feature list. What features do they need, like selling tickets? And they have their standard development process with one prototype, and so they have the requirements engineering, make a first design and develop a prototype, and then show it to the customers, and then they discuss the details based on the prototype, and then they produce the final software. So it's not agile, it's waterfall, but with a prototype. So here the problem is that agile would not be possible because customers are not available for daily meetings and no on-site customer or whatever. Of course, they have no technical knowledge, so we really need both perspectives, the problem side and also the technical side. So you have no shared understanding. That's usually also helping when you have a team of developers and customers, key users who work together for years. Then also you can write simple requirements which have only some keywords in it, and everyone knows what it is. But here in this case you have no joint understanding, so you need much more communication. And of course budget and time is tight, and the customers are not very certain about their requirements. So we have 3 types of facets which, according to the IRAP, are most influential on the perfect requirements engineering process. The one is the question, do you want to work in a linear fashion or iteratively? Because usually you have a work process, like in this example we have this 2-phase waterfall process, and some companies they say we only do waterfall, others do agile, so the requirements engineering process must adapt to what they do usually. So then the other question is, what is the purpose of the document? Is it sort of prescriptive document, like in automotive, for example? The supplier gets a specification of the component they need to deliver, and it's prescriptive, it's part of the contract. Or is it something working document where you work on, and it's exploratory in the sense that you jointly try to find out what the customer wants? So here in this case, it's rather exploratory. And then the type of development plays a role. It makes a difference whether you have one customer with whom you discuss all the time and you develop something that is for this customer, or whether you develop something for the market where you try to satisfy requirements of as many customers as possible. So if you draw this in a diagram, this is a three-dimensional projected to two dimensions, so the purpose is perpendicular to the others. So you have here different places in the three-dimensional room, but finally you will not combine everything with everything. So finally there are three main types of processes. You see here on the left side here, that's usually very heavyweight here. You have a contractual requirements engineering process where you have prescriptive requirements, a linear process, and everything is customer specific. For example, in automotive, you get specification and that's it. So this is a completely different situation than, for example, our SU website, where we have customer-specific development of the website in a participatory process, because we have only some features and we need to find out together with the customer what they need, and we work in an iterative way. So this is our SU website, and for example, development of the NEOS software as such is rather this product-oriented process where you develop a product for many customers. So here the difference is that it's market-oriented, but it's also exploratory and iterative. So these steps don't have time today. We will have a look at some of typical work products. According to IREP, for our SU website, optimum is to have a backlog and to have user stories and prototypes and also a vision. So that's the recommendation. Finally, of course, it depends on the complete situation, but this is something best practice from the Agile. Here, a long list of work products that we have in Agile requirements engineering. You probably in Agile will not produce all of them, but they are all helpful if you need them. So for our SU example, the question is, the question is, who uses requirements for what purpose? So we do some requirements engineering for the requirements engineering process. So who are the stakeholders of the requirements? For whom do we write them and for which purpose? That's always a very important question because it depends all on the complete situation. So what we have is a contract with a fixed price, so we need some specification of project scope. So we know that they want to sell tickets. That's important information because this is complex functionality. So, and developers need to do some work planning. They need to know who can implement how many of the features and when will they do it. And you want to get user feedback in your prototyping iteration, so you need something to show them to get feedback. And in the end, we have acceptance tests before we can send out the facturation. So we need some acceptance tests in a fixed price project, and we need to know or should know in advance what are the acceptance tests. So how will they test this website? And say, this is what we wanted. So, and thinking backwards from that, we know what we need. Oops. Okay. What we need is also a vision, because you have no shared understanding with the customers. So we need to get to know what the customers really want and what is the vision behind this website. Then we have this feature list, which is only a very short description what approximately they want, so no basis for the developers to know what they need to implement. So for the work planning, a backlog is good, and we can use user stories here and start early with developing a prototype to get feedback, and then we need acceptance criteria. So what could this look like? So vision can be described by a vision board. Here I was thinking over the simple, we want to present our zoo and sell tickets. There might be a larger vision behind, like protecting wildlife and doing education, things like that. So not only a target group is not only the visitor of the zoo, maybe the whole world. So in the narrower sense, of course, visitors are the target group, so those who pay entrance, so we get money for them. Then we have needs. When they want to visit the zoo, they need to know when it is open and special events and things like that, prizes. And sometimes we have maybe fans of the zoo, so I get regular news. And maybe some sort of soap opera, nowadays some favorite animals there, and for example, small animals which people like to watch growing. So like a soap opera, you get news every week. So a unique selling point from a customer perspective is that you have real world zoo and online information. So it's not only a format in the TV, they really can go there. And of course, for us business, we need money. We want to sell tickets more easily and get more, sell more tickets. And maybe have a base of volunteers who maybe do some advertising for the zoo or whatever. And brand building. So this is much more than only the functionality that is on a website. So the development team can understand how the zoo people are thinking and what is the object behind what they do. That's really important, because if you only throw them some features over the wall, they can do it, but finally maybe it's not really fulfilling the vision. So backlog, you all know what a backlog looks like. It's a list of what needs to be done with priority or release planning or whatever. And this is, in the same time, it's requirement specification, but it's also a work plan. So this is very efficient if you can use the same documents for several purposes. Because otherwise, in the old world, you had required specification and a project plan, and when you change requirements, then you need to change also project plan. So you have sometimes you have too many requirements, so long lists, hundreds, thousands, or whatever. So it's a good idea to bundle them according to topics. And in Agile, you use, for example, features which describe on an abstract level what it's about. And then you have specific use cases, which are usage scenarios. So how do the user use the system to achieve a goal? And these use cases are implemented by tasks. So to get some structure into the requirements. So feature is in problem space. So it's something that the user sees and it's valuable for them. Like account management, so we have registered users and you need to manage the accounts. So not only they need to be able to create an account, but the users also want to change their email addresses or maybe even delete their account or something. And we want to sell tickets. And use case is this encryption of a scenario. So how is the user using this system? And usually you have, for each feature, you have several use cases. For example, if you manage accounts or whatever, you usually have create, modifying, deleting, and maybe even report about what accounts do we have. So we can use user stories to describe requirements. We can use them for features and for use cases and for whatever. It's just the form, it's not saying what it is. Here we say explicitly who is the person who wants to have it, what do they want, and what is the objective behind that. And as this is not very helpful as acceptance criteria, because this is still very general, we also need acceptance criteria additionally. Here also we have 1-to-n relationship, so for each usage scenario you need different test cases, so different acceptance criteria. Sometimes they are on a very detailed level, like this one here. When you are on this side and you want to do whatever, then you get this. So you break up the usage scenario in single steps. And then he is on the list of ticket options. Then he puts the ticket into the shopping cart, and here it's the moment where he can enter the number of children. This is also an art to design such processes in a way that it makes sense to the user. Such information like how many children do they have, this should not be entered too early or too late or forgotten or whatever. So there's also some thinking about work processes or usage processes behind. We can also use the good old use case template. That's from the times before Agile was invented, where you describe such scenarios stepwise. So here on the left, I have the steps of the user. On the right, what the system is doing. Usually, when I write requirements, I don't write a use case for every requirement that I have, because sometimes they are quite trivial. For example, when you want to have a report about something, then there are 2 or 3 steps, and then you have the report. So not very interesting to analyze this. But for usability questions, these descriptions are quite useful, because you think about in which order do we want to do things. Usually you also have some reference, like the previous system or other systems. You can look at the website of other zoos or maybe the cinema and look how do they sell tickets. But finally there are always variation possibilities. So we also have here preconditions, and somehow the postconditions have slipped again. Usually we describe preconditions, so we start here with the user who is already on the website. And postcondition is that the user can download the ticket as a PDF and also gets an email. And also we got payment. It's important from the side of the zoo. But I prefer to the textual presentation is also the graphical. So here an UML activity diagram with almost exactly the same content. Difference is that here we can present that we can do this in parallel. We can send out the ticket while the user is downloading the ticket from the website. And usually it's also easier in this graphical presentation to model error cases and repetitions. This is quite not so nice in a textual description. So these are some of typical work products that even in the lightweight requirements engineering I would model. So, but most important are always prototypes, because when you have users, they are not requirements engineering experts, so sometimes they even have problems to read such diagrams or to imagine the system. For them, it's only text or graphics, and they have no real idea what it might look like. So prototypes are helpful because they show already what the system will look like. So here in our development process, we said we have one single prototype. So not another prototype every week, only one. So, and we have different types of prototypes. Here the so-called wireframe is usually very primitive, can also be drawn by hand or something, and usually is used for an early stage where you still think about what information can we put on one side and what will be the order or whatever, but colors or size of fonts also is not yet the topic. So this is just some thinking about what information do the users need for the visit. That's not so trivial. When you see the result, it looks like trivial, but in the process, you have a lot of thinking. So this is also helpful when you have not so flexible technologies, but also in early phase, first creativity workshop or something. So you don't put much effort in the preparation of the prototype because you just want to get a very rough idea. And then later on, you can develop a real native or evolutionary prototype. So evolutionary means you already use the technology for which you will also use for the final website. So it's already a real website, but it's in the prototype state in the sense that you will refine it later on. So here you can also discuss colors and sizes and the icons and so that's more realistic. So, okay, so I've got an impression how this can work. But as I said, there's still customizable. We have seen this long list of things that we can prepare in requirements engineering. Therefore, it's important that the requirements engineer knows all methods that exist and then spontaneously sees what they need for the communication. So anyway, requirements are important because they are the basis for everything. So it's not like we want to start coding and requirements engineering keeps us from working, but it's the basis of work. It's very frustrating if you program something and then you find out that the customer doesn't need it, he wants something completely else. So that's happens once and then you understand what requirements are good for. I know the problem in practice is that the customers, they find it difficult to agree on requirements. So there can be several iterations until they say, okay, this is what I want. But that's not the reason for not communicating with them. It's an art to communicate with them in a way that they understand what we want from them. So, but of course, we don't want to spend too much time in it. So, what is the minimum content of a specification? As I already showed, it depends. It depends completely on the situation, on the product, on the technology used, on how well do you know the business of the customer. So you need to do requirements engineering for the requirements engineering first and find out what you will need in the communication. So what is important is to think in problem space and also solution space and to keep them separate. So if you only think about technology and features in the system and the tables in the database, and then you might maybe miss what the customer really needs. Like in our example, they want a zoo website, but finally they want to save the world and save animals, things like that. And you need to understand this business too. And prototypes are always useful. The requirements never were good enough to really understand the customer. And customer never understood completely what we have understood. So a prototype is something they can see and sometimes even touch and play with it. And then they can imagine whether this is what they want. And they start playing around with the usage scenarios and say, okay, I imagine I'm the customer. I want to book a family ticket for my family. How would I approach now? And then they say, okay, this looks like it can work. So this is more helpful because they are not requirements engineering experts, but they are experts for the zoo. No. Oops. Okay, thank you for your attention. And now I hope we get a lot of questions.
Thank you very much, Andrea. You can submit your questions through the app. So please do that. I already have a couple here. And the first question we have is, have you ever created a wireframe together with the customer because they know best how their business works?
These are two questions, or
Yes, let's split them up. Have you ever created a wireframe together with a customer?
not together. We talked with them, and then my student prepared a wireframe, and then we talked about it in a workshop.
Okay. And I think the second part of the questions relates to this translating between the customer knows how their business is supposed to work, and then you have to understand it good enough to actually create a wireframe. So have you ever managed to enable your customers to actually be part of that wireframe creation process?
That's difficult, yes. Because wireframe is already in the solution space finally. So what they contribute is a problem space. So they show me, for example, the legacy system, so old system they have been using so far, or templates they use, and so I get a feeling of their business, how they have been working so far. And wireframes are solution space, so I think it's natural if we prepare the wireframes and then ask for feedback.
Okay, thank you. Another question. How do you keep the documentation up to date? By coupling them to tests in Git, some sort of automation? What's your experience?
That's difficult, yes. We did not work agile, so we did not need to update so often. We worked on the requirements until we thought they are final. Of course, there were changes later on, refinements and change requests and things like that, but that was controlled without tools. So that's a challenge, because usually you don't have a one-to-one relationship between test cases and requirements and things like that, and they are not in the same tool, so you have often inconsistencies then.
Okay. We do have some time more for questions. Okay. Based on your experience, how well does estimation work based on the requirements you create?
Effort estimation. For us, it was quite simple because we usually had a standard software, so we know from experience that one feature is 10,000 euro or something, or 10 days work or so. That was quite good. The problem was rather sales, because we said it costs so-and-so, and sales said it's too expensive. But the estimation itself was quite simple, because experienced programmers, they know exactly what it will take.
Okay, so building on that, do you use different requirements engineering approaches if you're developing a system from scratch, so greenfield, or if you're building on an existing system?
Yes, that's different, because, for example, when you use an SAP system, they already have standard processes, so you should better cling to these standard processes and not start with the empty UML diagram and start thinking about what could sales look like. So you start with what is already there, and if you really do something completely new, then you can be creative and think about different variants of how to selling something. So it's a large difference.
Okay. There's a question here. You showed the difference between lightweight and heavyweight requirements engineering. And lightweight seems so much simpler and faster. Can you go over the reasons again where you recommend heavyweight requirements engineering?
It's still the standard in, for example, automotive. There they need good concepts, and they also need to document everything. Why is there what? So they must do it to have a documentation. and later on, if something happens, they can prove that they have done good work. I think it's also easier for them because the next car looks a bit like the previous one, so they can reuse a lot. So if they have once a complete model of a car, they can reuse it and modify it. So if I have a new customer each time and we think of new systems, then there is not much reuse of requirements.
Okay. Does the size of the team involved change your requirements engineering process?
Which team? Development or customer?
Yes.
Not really. One could find arguments why it should, because if you have a small team, they are more like a core team who knows everything, so they don't need much documents. But finally, in practice, not everyone is there in every meeting, so of course they don't have full information, even if it's a small team. So you should write good requirements nevertheless. So I would say no. Size of the team is not so important. The other factors are more important.
Okay, thank you. And the final question maybe, would you always go through the requirements engineering process with use cases and everything you showed us, even for small features like a new contact form for the website?
No. I already said a report is the typical example where you don't need a use case because you have input like search criteria and then you get output the report. So there it's more important to have an idea of format or look and feel and other questions than the use cases. So it really depends on the functionality.
All right, thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you for coming here and listening to her talk. Please don't forget to rate the talk in the NeosCon app so we can award the Best Speaker Award at the end of the conference. And next up on our schedule is the lunch break. But before we send you off there, we have our speaker thank you gifts for Andrea. The paper Neos N. And the custom-made Neos honey, so enjoy that.
Good.
And now, as I said, we have the lunch break and then the drone photo. That will probably happen on the grass down there. Maya said 1:30? Yes. I think so, yes. So if you want to be on the drone photo, please be down there at 1:30. And then I think talks resume at 2.
Yes, 2. And we have downstairs on the center stage a talk about 5 new things in CSS. And here, Markus with how Neos can save the planet.
So see you then. Thank you.
So see you later.
gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution, call it whatever you need. Make a resolution, battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all 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 down.
So what's the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see me lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. I've been hurt before and saw you inside me. Pulling on my heart, all the strings will fly, see. You can take the cake, I'm just icing. Blow so quick, never fuck with the Pisces. But I heard quick. We could change shape in a take. With a broken heart and nights apart, I'm wide awake and I'm just still thinking about you, baby. I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training, and now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a chase, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you know I just need a little training. Come get me. So what's the best time for you? Yeah, we can play your games, but I could never see me lose. Yeah, I've been checking out your moves. You were slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. But what's the use? Why we so dark? I like us better at the start. Just holding hands, forgiveness free, but we don't backtrack gracefully. Hey, baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training,
day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored.
Point at the map and we'll get there somehow. The sky ain't falling, let's get out of this town. Our time is vital and we're making it count. Doing what we can to show 'em who we are now. Okay, 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 yeah, yeah. Let's show 'em what we're made of. Let's show 'em who we are. Okay, 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 yeah, yeah. Don't aim for the clouds, we gotta shoot for the stars. We got tonight, yeah, yeah, we got tonight. We got it going on and we're feeling alright. This is our time, okay, now is our time. We're doing what we want and we're feeling alright. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 we got it going on and we're feeling alright. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 we're doing what we want and we're feeling alright. Let's make the most, show the world who we are. We're never looking back because we made it this far. Don't have to stop, never listen to them. If they don't like the water, then they don't have to swim. We got tonight, yeah, yeah, we got tonight. We got it going on and we're feeling alright. This is our time, okay, now is our time. We're doing what we want and we're feeling alright. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 we got it going on and we're feeling alright. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 we're doing what we want and we're feeling alright. We'll show the world who we are. 'Cause yeah, we made it this far. Show the world who we are. 'Cause yeah, we made it this far. We got tonight, yeah, yeah, we got tonight. We got it going on and we're feeling alright. This is our time, okay, now is our time. We're doing what we want and we're feeling alright. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 we got it going on and we're feeling alright. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 we're doing what we want and we're feeling alright. Choke it up. Roll it up. tired and worn, and you feel like you can't go on, I'll be there to put one foot in front of the other. When you've lost your way, oh, the first time your heart breaks, I'll pick up the pieces and put them back together. Ooh.
Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Blood's been flowing strong since yesterday. Somewhere beneath these crippled thoughts, wondering how my pain has caused. Your pain didn't mean to share, and I've just been looking into that deep hole and staring. I'm here, don't take it away. I care, just tell me to stay. And I call your name. Suddenly couldn't breathe. 'Cause I want you to know my pain, how I feel. Oh, you don't know 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 how I feel. Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Some of these things I'd rather not say. How far can we go before our tired hearts reach their low? And I call your name. Suddenly he couldn't breathe. 'Cause I want you to know my pain, how I feel. Oh, you don't know 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 how I feel. If I was just a stranger, another unfamiliar face to you. If I'd only remain nameless, I wouldn't have to see it like this. If I was just Breathe me in, breathe me out of love. And feel me good, feel me oh so soft. And take my pure heart and make it yours, make it yours. Spin me around with your love is voice, love is voice. of his voice.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored.
the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see me lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove. I've been hurt before and saw you inside me. Pulling on my heart, all the strings will fly, see. You can take the cake, I'm just icing. Blow so quick, never fuck with the Pisces. But I learn quick. We could change shape in a take. With a broken heart and nights too hard, I'm wide awake and I'm just still thinking about you, baby. I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training, and now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a chase, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you know I just need a little training. Come get me. So what's the best time for you? Yeah, we can play your games, but I could never see me lose. Yeah, I've been checking out your moves. You a slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove. But what's the use? Why we so dark? I like this better at the start. Just holding hands, forgiveness free, but we don't backtrack gracefully. Hey, baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training, and now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a trace, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you know I just need a little training.
So, hello and welcome back, everyone, after our lunch break. I hope you are ready for the next talks. We have 4 more to come today. And first up, after our break, is Markus. He had quite a break from talking at NeosCon. I think a couple of years ago, I heard you in Dresden the last time. Yeah, it's been a while. So welcome Markus on stage, and he will talk about how NEOS can help our planet.
Catchy, yeah. Thank you. Hello, everybody. As Anke already mentioned, I'm Markus. I'm actually the developer at Flow Native. Thankfully, also part of the NEOS team since 2018, I guess. Proud dad of 2 sons, husband, voluntary firefighter, member of a local council, and if I'm not sitting in front of my computer, I enjoy renovating pretty old houses. So on this picture, I've some wood from 200 years old oak beams in my hair, so that can be quite challenging and fun to build stuff with hands. So our world today. When I was a small kid, so in primary school time, my parents were working both. So when I have 6 or 7 weeks of vacation and summer holidays, probably not fit that they stay at home for me. So I attended holiday camps, and one of my first holiday camp was in Gernrode in the Harz. Probably you know it. And it was quite fun and beautiful, and I can play with all these other kids in my age there. And yeah, that led me to a time where my wife was sick, and my kids, also now in primary school, had winter holidays. And I said, okay, my wife is not at home, but we need some days off. Harz is not so far away from us, just 80 kilometers. It was good for me, so why not take some days off with the kids in the Harz, have fun in the hills? And yes, the Harz looked more like this. So it was not the same I remembered when I was a kid. And kids asked, yeah, why we have so much stumps here and why all the trees are dead? And yeah, it was quite challenging to answer all these questions. Just 1 year before, we had this flood in the Ahrtal, and the Germans maybe know everything. Yes, it was also for they quite challenging time. So many people lost its houses, and they could not do much because it was quite fast. Again, 2024. As I mentioned, I'm a voluntary firefighter, and some of my colleagues also had to work there. We had a fire for 17 hectares that has been burned on the Brocken. It took 5 days for firefighters and helicopters from the army to bring the fire under control. That picture is nearly as old as me. So in September, I was 2 at this time. It was a picture from the NASA, from the glacier Ökjökull in Iceland. And the special thing about it is that it was also in the press and German television and so on, that just some years ago, this glacier was the first glacier from Iceland that lost its state as a glacier. So it is no more. And that leads to the fact that, yeah, climate change is here and it is real, and I personally, my opinion, and a lot of scientists also, I don't want to discuss about it, and I feel angry about it if other people say, yeah, climate change has been always there. But now we are the root cause and not some circumstances from asteroids or whatever that change the climate. And that leads to the question of, yeah, what little things we can do. And I mean, maybe you all try to drive less with a car, take the bike, take the bus. Many of the people now traveled here by train to reduce their emissions or to be able to work while driving. We can think about things how we consume. So, me personally, I don't eat meat since 6 years or so now. You can choose local food. You can eat seasonal food. I'm lucky and have a garden, so I can plant my own food. But we can even do more. We can use renewable energies. I have fun with DIY projects as I build own stuff. I like to build own stuff with Home Assistant and solar panels and controlling when I charge my car. And so you can really put a lot of effort and time into it. And as the developer, it's really fun. But it's also sustainable at some point. So we can fly less, or since 2019 I stopped flying. So my last flight was to REACT conference in Helsinki. And nowadays I would say, okay, you're flying to Helsinki for 2 days conference and all talks are online, you can watch on YouTube or whatever. So is it worth it to do all these things? And is it enough that I personally, and you maybe are also, do to make the world a better place? So what can be maybe more impactful? So because, yeah, I try to change my life and try to make it better for my kids, because that's the main focus, to have a place where the kids can grow up. But is it enough to make this? And maybe can do more. And that leads me to the fact that when you look how much the internet emits, the statistics says that only China and India emits more carbon dioxide than the internet. So our whole internet communication industry was consuming 10% of the global energy. So it's internet, the whole data centers and everything we like to use. And as Robert already mentioned in the keynote today, it becomes more and more and more. So the International Energy Agency say that predictably we have doubled in just 5 years. And I don't know if they have the AI trend 2 years ago it becomes even more because of the AI. So maybe it's more than 20%. And as a cloud is not the magical thing, we need to think about it as a heavy machine. So it's not that I just download the app and then consume it and it comes at nothing. So it's no cost for it. It's a huge energy-hungry machine that's running our services. So if we watch 10 hours of Netflix or every streaming dienst you want to choose, you could also take your car and drive 10 kilometers to the bakery or whatever. If you see how much people stream, so when I go to the bus station in the morning with the kids, the older kids, when I'm coming back, just sitting there and swiping, watching videos, and 60% of the whole internet traffic is streaming. That's really huge. And we are all having such devices, so buying new phones all 2 or 3 years, and all these devices come with an ecological impact, because we need rare materials, we need metal, we need so much resources to just build the product and run the infrastructure. So in the end, we as digital natives, I mean, we are kind of the generation that know the system before we had internet everywhere. We know libraries and not just the phones. We are part of the problem, and the cost for that is that we today consume countless online services, everything we do. I mean, I also need to blame me, because before I take a paperback thing or so, I check everything online, because it's faster, it's more convenient, it's more accurate, because the data is newer. But the backbone for all this infrastructure are data centers, and data centers are energy hungry. They need drinkable water. I mean, just for cooling, and this is water that people could use also for, to have a drink. And even if you use renewable energies in the deserts for the data centers, like in Texas or so, they need water, and water is a rare good at this place. And with the growth of the cloud computing and all the AI services and models that are trained now, we are building more and more data centers. So if you watch the Apple keynote some years ago with Mother Nature, they said that they will be carbon neutral in just 15 years. Microsoft did the same, except that Microsoft removed the goals from their website. So if you take a look now, Microsoft says, yeah, we want to be carbon neutral, but not when, not how, because now we have AI. And all this convenience of our digital life comes at a cost and has a real impact for the environment. Maybe all of you know this little hobbit traveling through the world of Lord of the Rings. And Galadriel once said, even the smallest person can change the course of the future. So maybe you ask yourself now, yeah, okay, I already did so much, what can we do? What can be done and what can we do more? I mentioned that my son is in primary school now, so I took the statistics from HTTP Archive, go back to his birth, and said, okay, websites are growing pretty heavily. So just 10 years ago, a mobile website has approximately 800 kilobytes in the first page view. If you see the purple now, we're at 2.5 megabyte. So all our new cool shiny devices that are getting better every year and getting faster, and we have now 5G internet connection, maybe fiber at home. It is faster, yeah, sure, but maybe we forget about users that don't have that, or that it comes with an impact, and our software is more cluttered than in the past. We often think about conversion rates, bounce rates, because our customers want to sell more. And if the people go away from the website because the website is not fast enough, we need to improve it. So if we come to the web sustainability aspect and already worked on our web performance or accessibility, we will see that a lot of the things have common or overlapping strategics, and so you need to do similar things to reach the goals. And we try to analyze or audit on the example you probably already have visited today or yesterday, and try to experiment with some strategies you can do. As the talk is not because the topic is so huge, we already talked about it before the talk, that you have tons of things you can optimize to be more sustainable. And there are a lot of podcasts that have hundreds of episodes about it. So we can just scratch on the surface to make it. So probably you already visited our NeosCon website, or you use the app, don't know. So I want to ask, who has already visited that website once? There are a lot, yeah. Maybe also multiple times. Okay. So if we want to make something better, developers first measure. Would be nice to know current state. For sustainability, we can use, of course, as we have web performance topics as well, the same tools we have for web performance testing, but there are also tools like website carbon.com, Carbon Footer NL. It is in Dutch, but when you translate it, this is an awesome tool. I like it. Digital Beacon CO, EcoGrader, or all my third parties, green.com. Webpagetest.org has also an eco-friendly testing, but it's behind the paywall. So if you use it for free, it's just web performance testing, and if you want to see which carbon impact these changes will have, you have to pay for it. All these tools are nice, but it's not, it's a guessing, it's estimation, because we don't have all the numbers in all the systems from the server package back to your device, how much electricity has been consumed. So we can just estimate it. And I tried to do that for NeosCon.io. And I also asked you for first visit and return visit, because it's, if the website taking care of it, it's really important, because we try to cache things in the browser. So our website in the first page view consumes 0.573 grams. So it doesn't sound that much. We have 1.8 megabyte, and the model tries to estimate how much carbon dioxide you emit per byte. So that we need for the model later. And on our web page, it's way less when we revisit the page. So if we assume we have 10,000 page views and say, okay, 40% of the visitors are new, we would emit 2.4 kilograms per month. So I could take my little electric car and drive to the bakery and back home, or watch 1 hour of streaming at home. If we see, don't know if I cursor, no, cannot see the cursor. If we see in the first page load, we have 35 images loaded, 5 style sheets, and 5 fonts. And the JavaScript is pretty heavy with 800 kilobyte. And that's the thing we need to concentrate on later on for the optimization. And all the tools are just checking the first page view, so the first viewport you see. So when we go on our website and scroll down to the footer, the impact is much higher, because then we have 8.5 megabyte. That's quite a good message, because that that says that we use lazy loading as a pattern, for instance, to not load everything at once, and therefore the first page view is faster. To have an easy way to see if a web page is optimized or not, or if it's good for climate or not, there's a pioneering company called Whole Grain Digital. Tom Greenwood, the boss of this company, also wrote the book Sustainable Web Design, so recommendation later for this book. And they have introduced a rating system that reminds me a lot to the rating system you see when you buy a dishwasher or freezer, what else. So they try to calculate how much emission you have for 1 byte on this scale, and then define how much you are allowed to emit to get the rating for A, B, C, or whatever. So it should be easy to compare then your website. And the other tools use the scaler as well, but as this is just estimation, and they sometimes rate a bit more how you, what kind of host do you have, so the results are a bit different. So if you have one tool with a B, it can be that the other tool have a C. So it's more for the feeling and estimation, so it's no real numbers at this point. With our NeosCon.io, we reached the D rating, so it's not so good, but it's better than the average. It's not better than the global average, or it's not better to be a bit better than the global average, but we have a lot of room for optimization. And as I mentioned, we have this sustainable web design model, and this model has been designed from the web design, sustainable web design organization and the whole grain consulting firm, company from London, and they try to to estimate how much carbon dioxide you emit for 1 byte, so that you can calculate it at the end. And in this model, we have 4 sectors. So we have the data centers that consume electricity, water, also production cost for all the servers. We need concrete for building the data centers and metal and all the things. So we need a lot of resources there. And then we have the component of the network transfer. That is the component that is the most complicated component to estimate, because packages have no, they go somewhere. You don't know why, and they're going different routes for maybe the same request. Then we have the end-user devices. That's here the biggest part with 52%. That's also electricity from home and production of your devices and so on. And if you have all these components, it is also, then you know how much energy would be consumed, but you don't know how much CO2 that would be emitted, because that depends on a lot of factors, like from which country you are, which daytime it is, because it can be that you have actually more windy time, or today we have a lot of sun. And so the grid carbon intensity is really important to calculate from, I have so many bytes that I need to calculate, but how much would it emit in carbon dioxide? And therefore it is obviously better to have a data center in Norway than in a country that have fossil fuels to run the data center there. And as mentioned, everything is just estimations, and the numbers with the rates also changed over the time. So if you have older information about the model, for instance, the data center has higher impact, because data centers now also try to concentrate to be more on renewable energies, because their customer demands that and want that. The rating goes a bit down at the moment. That's good. So they're working on that. And if we as a developer want to estimate how much our website, for instance, we built a Neos dashboard, and in the Neos dashboard, we probably know how many page visits we have. We know on which date time we have it, and we could use this library from the Green Web Foundation to just render how much carbon dioxide we consumed this day on our page, for instance. So a lot of the tools use this library, so this library is also open source. The whole model was developed open source, so if you want to support them from the Green Web Foundation or use it as well, feel free. Like all the others already mentioned, that you could create PRs for stuff. So we can estimate it with that. So that was a lot of theory, and as we have our example of the NIASCON.io, we want to try to make it greener. And as we already heard, one sector from our 4 boxes is hosting. Here we are lucky because all websites from our NIAS Foundation are hosted with Beach, and Beach is using from Flow Native a German hoster that uses renewable energy, so we can check it. 15% saved, so that was easy. So if you go to the website from the Green Web Foundation, for instance, you can check by entering your URL if you're using a hoster that is green or not. It is not always that it's green because they use renewable energies, because you can also offsite, so you pay to become greener. So it would be better to have a hoster that is really using renewable energies and not just paying certificates. So, oops, that was too fast. So having addressed the hosting part, we can concentrate on the biggest part, the user experience and the user world. And the good thing is that in the web development, we sometimes have trends, and actually we have a trend of minimalism that comes at a good time for a sustainable website. So we have 2 strategies to make our website more sustainable. So we can reduce our content. So if we have really nice sliders we used some years ago with huge images and videos and whatever, we can think about if we really need it or if we can get rid of it. We can question in the team if we, in our case, really need a schedule, a speaker list with images and videos and everything on the start page, because we already see the speaker in the schedule. So why not have have both speaker list and schedule with speaker images? So it's always a progress within the whole development process for websites, because sometimes also a problem with web performance, the people say, yeah, it's a thing of the developers, but no, it is not. It's a problem that the whole team, with user experience designers, with content editors, with developers, so all need to work together and discuss topics to make it better. Because we first discuss if we need it to probably reduce it, and if we decide that this part of the page or of our digital service, can be app or whatever, is important, then we need to take a look if we need to optimize it to make it more performant and even better for us. So always need to think about and the whole team. And so I try to make some strategies always. We just need to think about remove unnecessary elements. We need to have a simple and clean architecture. So if we clutter our whole website or grooming our website, it is not helpful. We need semantical code because we are better than in web accessibility. I mean, in Germany we have this Barrierefreiheitsgesetz, don't know what's called in English then, but we need to take care of it. And with a sustainable website, with a performant website, and a better accessible website, we reach all 3 goals with nearly the same effort. And yeah, so we take a look at our website, and one thing is, I have 3 blogs about it. Images, I can go back here. The problems were scripts, images, and fonts, because we have 5 fonts. And when I take a look at our images, we have, on the first page load, 35 images. One image is really heavy with nearly 1 megabyte, and guess where this image comes from? it's not the hero image you see. It's in the footer, or close to the footer. So here we have an issue with our lazy loading, obviously. And the most pictures are from the speakers, as they are pretty small. Another thing we see is that the most pictures, except 4, are not WebP. So we have JPEGs, we have PNGs, we have some SVGs, but not so much. And if we keep in mind that we are going to the page and we just see a hero image with some text, so it's not much, just date of the conference and nothing more. And we're loading this all pictures. And one picture was 1 megabyte, and it's not really huge, is from the footer. So obviously not that good. If we use modern image formats like WebP or AVIF, we can save up to 90%, and we don't need to do much. As we see later, I tried to optimize the page, and it took me just 2 hours and just a few lines of YAML and writing a bit of JavaScript. No, not JavaScript. I just removed JavaScript and a bit of CSS to save a lot of data transfer here. So if we have images, we can try to optimize them, use WebP. In the case of the 1 megabyte picture, we could also optimize it to reduce the size, because when you go to the page down, it's a picture from Robert. It doesn't need to be that big. And if we think in a different direction, as I mentioned, it's not just a developer-centric topic. So we can also talk to our to our design department, if we can find a more sustainable, nice, art-looking way to present our speakers. So most of the pictures here are just with 5 or 4 colors, and the vector graphics. So of course it's more effort to build that, if not AI properly do it, and consumes a lot of energy to make it. But it looks nice, it's kind of art, I guess, and it really saves a lot of data transfer, and it scales perfectly. So if we use it for the schedule and for the speakers, it's the same file, and it looks good in all sizes. So pictures are nearly on all websites an issue, because most people don't care. And we can do with our CMS, with Neos, as we have all the optimization settings already in our Neos Media library, so it comes with 0 cost. We can optimize our pictures to the right format. We can resize them. If we talk to our design department, we can try if we can optimize it in using more vector graphics. I mean, if you're working in front end nowadays, you can so much just with vector graphics in the modern style sheets that was not possible some years ago, and therefore we used images for having a wave or whatever. And nowadays it's so much easier to build all these effects with much less cost. And of course we can decide to reduce our sites and be a bit picky about our images if we really need it or not. On our site we also had 5 fonts. And fonts, even if you talk with design departments, is really important because typography matters. And that's right, but if you think about the ecological footprint of the website, we need to ask if we really need these 5 fonts. In our case, we have a Roboto font twice, once bold and once regular. Then we have the Work Sans, and we have 2 fonts from Font Awesome. So guess what can be removed? From the Font Awesome, I counted, we just use 4 icons. 4. But we have 2 fonts. With 220 kilobytes in sum with all the 5 fonts. Then we have the Roboto font that is loaded from our YouTube element we have in the bottom. So if you don't scroll to the bottom and don't watch the video, it's totally not worth it to load the 5 fonts. You just need one. And even this can be argued because, okay, I'm not a designer, I'm a developer, but if I have not the page side by side, and you show it to me with Work Sans and with the system font, not side by side, I would not say that's different. So you can discuss in the team, do we really need this single font for our content, or can we just use an SVG for our elements like a logo to have the typography for the brand and stay on system fonts? That would be the best. So we could get rid of all these 220 kilobytes here if we don't stick to Work Sans. In my experiment, I said, okay, we keep Work Sans, replace the 4 icons, and then we're done. So already talked about it. We should reduce it. Then it would be nice to have not 2 type fonts or other formats. So it would be good if you use modern font systems. Good point here in our case was we had already the web fonts in version 2. But if we have 5 fonts and don't use or need 5 fonts, it doesn't matter that it's efficient to use web fonts. So after the font section, we can go to the code. And in code, it's the same cluttering stuff like with the fonts. So we have 880 kilobytes of JavaScript and 130 kilobytes for the styles. If you use tools like Beacon, they say, okay, 550 kilobytes of your JavaScript is not used at all on your page. And your CSS partly as well. Okay, 100 lines of CSS is not so much. But the fun fact is that of all these data, just 16 kilobytes of JavaScript comes from us. So our website, neoscon.io, just have vanilla JavaScript, 16 kilobytes for the effects we use. So guess where all the other JavaScript is coming from? YouTube. So this one single element in the footer that probably the most of the visitors are not using bloats our whole website with 50% of the styles and maybe 99% of our JavaScript. And 2 fonts. So it's quite a lot just for one element. And here we can try to think about what we as open source developers can do to save this. Because if I have just one website, so I'm a developer for my only company and it's just this one single website, then maybe the impact is not that big. But if I develop packages, for instance, and use JavaScript libraries here and there, and don't think about the weight of all this JavaScript, and probably also implemented stuff that is not used by all people, so I ship my package with more weight than it should have. Or maybe I could use vanilla JavaScript instead of a JavaScript library like React or so I can get rid of this at all. And if we as developers make new sites, new services, we can think about if we really need this package, and if we need the package, we can evaluate if it's really in a good way, and if we, for instance, find a package that's not really sustainable and a bit wasty, for instance, used a lot of JavaScript that can be optimized, we can, of course, create a pull request in the open source world, but we first need to think about it. And even if we have not just packages, if we use third-party things like the YouTube, because this YouTube element is not a package, it's just a node type that embeds YouTube player in our website. we can think about other ways to achieve that, so that we have this YouTube or media player. Media comes later on, so that all the people that don't consume this video or audio, when you have an audio podcast or something like that, that they don't need to load all this data. And even if you, so it's more to my personal view then, if I go to the Neos UI code, we can optimize much because the Neos UI is pretty heavy, and okay, we can say it's in the backend, but in the end it's also processed and need to load it, and we can optimize it as well. So in the open source sector we have a real impact, because we not just build our single web page. Probably we have a service that is a Neos as hosted, or Neos as a service platform. Then we build just one package, and other people can have lots of Neos websites with this single package, and then it has a huge impact. And as I talked, that one or the only crucial element on our start page of the website was the video. We first, as always, need to think, do we really need the video on the start page? Personal view, we don't need it. If you use it, please enable preload none, because maybe you already know or visited websites that start loading the video just before you watch the video, to have it more convenient that you just can start. It's already there. If you watch it or not, it has been loaded. And a good pattern would be to just run an image, for instance. And if you click on the image, you have a modal, and then just the users that need the video or the audio player for the podcast, load the stuff that is needed for that. Because I personally never watched the YouTube video from the NeosCon website. So we can save a lot here. And at this point, try to go out. I did a small experiment. It took me just, oh, you don't see it. So, there's a cursor. So, I downloaded the project, installed Local Beach, and tried to pimp it a bit. And on the first page load, we come down to 800 or nearly 759 kilobytes. And as we then can see, we have WebP everywhere. Yay! And if we check the sizes, can we see that? The biggest picture is now not 1 megabyte, it's just 266 kilobytes. And the others are way less. So I will show you just in a minute how less effort it was to reach it. So just by changing little things, we came down from 1.8 megabyte to, okay, now I scrolled a bit, so we have 600. But if you go down completely, images will load slowly. So the website looks completely the same, nothing changed. But when we are down and everything is hopefully loaded, logos can be improved, by the way, because all of the logos could be SVGs. That will save more. So that's the video. That's now just the image. And this is a crucial image that had 1 megabyte before, so it could be resized. And if we are down now, we are to 2.5 megabyte, and we came from 8 point something. Wait, I have it here, the live website. Oops. Did not expect that is not on my computer. Oh, oops. Sorry. Scroll here and there. the hero is missing. So we came from 8.4, nearly 8.5 megabyte. So 6 megabyte less. And you would be surprised because I didn't change much. Okay, so, oops. Yeah. The biggest impact was to just remove the YouTube stuff. So the YouTube is now just loading when you click on it, nothing when you have here. And all the images that were 7 megabyte before has been changed by this few lines. So I didn't code anything. I just configured Neos. So the convert formats are regularly an empty array, so many people maybe never heard of it, but you can just configure to render WebP for the thumbnails. Then you can, of course, configure the quality. That's maybe a feature that the most people use. And that leads to the fact that the images are less, way more less than before. Then we had these 4 Font Awesome icons. I just used inline SVG for them to make it quickly and replace them. Oh, what's that? Don't know what things is doing. What is doing? Okay. So it took me not long to just move the 4 images, the SVGs to the CSS, remove the fonts. Okay, we need now the modal what opens the YouTube, so I need to change this as well. But even this image processing is much easier. And in the end, Neos just did it, so we don't need to program stuff. We can improve it now, of course, because it's just a rough and quick fix to make it. So it would be way better to process the images to WebP when you upload it as editor, but that's also possible in Neos, as we have the whole signets for that. So it's pretty easy to have a quick success here. And when I'm finding the right button, we can, oops, yeah. So we can achieve quite a lot, but actually we just hit the tip of the iceberg with that. To sum it up, we always need to ask ourselves, it's really necessary if we can reduce the content to make it more performant. And if we stick to the content we actually have on our page, we need to optimize it to, if it's not optimal at the moment, to make it better. So the benefits are way more than we probably think, because we have also this web performance stuff. So it's better, obviously, for the environment. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it for sustainability. We have lower bounce rates. We have lower loading times. We have better user experience. If we concentrate on accessibility as well, we also maybe fulfill already the Barrierefreiheitsgesetz we all need to take care about. And we lower our costs. So even for the managing, so it's not just the process of the website with developers and designers and so on. Even for the management level, it's maybe interesting because it lowers cost, it is faster. Probably if we have a shop or so, we consume more with our customers, or the customers consume a bit more because they don't move away. And if we, as for instance, an agency or so, say we take care on sustainability and web performance and accessibility, and so it is also stronger for us as brand, as a reputation to say we take care, we think about it. And as I mentioned, it is not a thing you make just quickly, as I now, for this example, quick and dirty. It's a thing you need always to think about and take care of. And it's also not a thing you just do once and then you're done. It's ongoing. because your editors always do stuff. Even if you build the best sustainable and performant website, the editors probably used a lot of content that's not necessary for the people, and then you just blow up your website again. So you always need to think about it. And yeah, there's of course way more we can do. And as Anke is staying there, maybe my time is over. You can, of course, I will send the presentation later, so there are links to the organizations and to the books. So, book from Tim Greenwood is pretty good. For the design people, the sustainable UX people are awesome. Sustainable web design is, if you don't want a book, a good summary. And if you take a look for green hosting and services, you can take a look at the Green Web Foundation. And if you already know the web accessibility guidelines, it would be maybe also good to take a look at the web sustainability guidelines from last year, I guess. So it's pretty new, because it's more than just web development. You need also to think about sustainable community events, and yeah, in open source you can do a lot more. Just a last, just to remember this glacier in Iceland, they put a sign on the place where the glacier was, to remember that we need to act, and hopefully our future generations know that we did it best. Yeah. So, guess we have no time for questions. Well, sorry.
Thank you, Markus. Yeah, we are a little bit out of time for questions, but you are here.
I'm here
today.
for the coming 2 or 3 days. I don't know.
So grab him and ask him any questions you like. I think it's some passion you want to talk about.
Yeah.
And if you want to follow the sustainability path, we have tomorrow in the afternoon at 2 p.m. Carsten Windler, who is also talking about sustainability in software development. So that's a recommendation for all of you who are here and want to follow this talk and have a deep dive in this topic. And Toby has a present for you for being here and for your awesome talk.
Honey.
So thank you again, and we hope to see you soon on the stage again.
Thank you.
Don't forget to rate the talk, and don't forget to use the app to ask questions. And do you know who's up next? Yes, here it's Eric with the KISS Search, a package you developed at Sandstorm. And on the center stage we have letting editors go wild, an editor-eccentric approach to AI agents. What a long title. So pick your topic and let's see you soon.
But what's the use why we so dark? I like this better at the start. Just holding hands, forgiveness free. But we don't backtrack gracefully. Hey, baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training. And now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a chase. But I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you knew I just need a little training.
you're tired and worn, and you feel like you can't go on, I'll be there to put one foot in front of the other. When you've lost your way, oh, the first time your heart breaks, I'll pick up the pieces and put them back together. I'll be there for you. Every fall and
Welcome back to this next talk on the studio stage. Before I introduce our next speaker, a quick reminder, tomorrow we will have lightning talks. So if you would like to present a small topic for 5 to 10 minutes, you can still submit that to Anke until tomorrow morning. So don't be shy. Show off what you've got. If you want to practice a little bit your stage presence, lightning talks are a very good opportunity to do so. And now, with great pleasure, I welcome on stage Erik Kloss from Sandstorm, who is going to present.
Hello, hello everyone. Do you hear me?
Who is going to present his
No, not
package?
his, not mine. It's actually a team effort. So
Sandstorm.
yeah, Sandstorm Kiss Search is what I want to talk about today. So some technical issues led to me not having my speaker notes on the screen, but it's not that bad because I can remember my first speaker note. It was, "Don't mess this up." So not having speaker notes, the chance went down to not mess this up. But okay, let's get started. So somehow I had animations in here, but let's see. So let me introduce myself a bit. I'm Erik. So funny thing, when you full text search my name in Google, you find this guy, but I'm not a jazz musician. So then you find that guy. I'm also not an ice hockey player. I'm that guy in my free time, at least in my free time. Joking aside, my name is Erik. Programming since fifth grade. It's almost 30 years now. I'm at Sandstorm for like 10 years. In my free time, I'm a musician, and actually, I've never done a tech talk in a tech conference before, so it's my first time. Thank you. Please be supportive. Don't throw bottles at the stage. Okay, let's get into it. So, talking about Kiss Search, let's start with the name. It's kind of a strange name. It consists of two parts. The first part is Kiss, and the second part is Search. So, what is KISS? I guess actually many people of you know what the KISS principle is, right? Is there anyone who doesn't know about the KISS principle? Okay, I will tell anyways. KISS, it's short for Keep It Stupidly Simple, so basically reducing complexity to a minimum in a system or a solution. And the second part of the name is Search. In this particular instance, it refers to full-text search. So KISS Search is a package about hopefully simple full-text search for the NEOS CMS. So complexity or simplicity can be seen in many ways or in many aspects. For example, you can have a look at code structure itself to have maintainable code, readable code, code that you will understand after 2 years. But you can also see it in different aspects like architecture or infrastructure, for example. So in our case of KISS search, the simplicity refers to the infrastructure part, and hopefully also to the API. Yeah, so a simple NEOS setup actually might look like this. You have a PHP runtime somehow, you have a web server which takes requests in, and you have a database which the PHP queries. Let's blow it up a bit. Often we have a Redis as cache backend, or mainly for performance reasons, or to share cache between multiple instances of NEOS, for example. Sorry. Yeah, and now let's have a look into what's the status quo of current search packages in the NEOS world I know of. So yeah, with Simple Search, who's of you used Simple Search before? Quite a few, or are you shy maybe? Yeah, so the Simple Search package is based on MySQLite database, which is file system based, and it actually creates a file somewhere in your data folder of the NEOS instance. And you have an indexing command, which basically puts the data from your content repository, which is a single source of truth for your content, into the search index. So that's a problem when you have two different kind of data stores, because you have to sync them, right? So what that means for infrastructure complexity is you have an additional part of software in your project, MySQLite. You need to understand it. You need to be able to debug it. Yeah, let's talk big now, the Elasticsearch. The hammer for every screw you have. Basically, yeah, Elasticsearch is a really powerful search engine based on the JVM. So talking about infrastructure, it's an additional knowledge you have to have in your team, or at least your hoster have to have, because you need to host a Java application. So one more dependency isn't that bad, right? Yeah, one more dependency may cost you hours. Actually setting up the hosting, configuring software, understanding the configuration mechanics, understanding the concepts, debugging it in case of unexpected behavior. This is really a hard thing. To debug a MySQLite database which is inside a Docker container where no MySQLite CLI is installed, for example. You get to borders really, really quickly in debugging it in complex setups. Testing is a big issue. You have to mock or even run your real external dependencies in your tests. You need to manage the life cycle of it. You need to reset the state between tests and stuff like this. And of course, you need stuff. So to make an example, this is an image of the amount of time needed to understand Elasticsearch configuration. Yeah, it is really hard, and I felt actually really stupid when trying to do this, because even after weeks, I couldn't get into it. But why? Why is Elasticsearch so complex? What do you think? Just shout in if you want.
Many use cases?
That's a big part of it, yeah. Yeah, because full text search is really complicated. Large number of use cases, my first point, really good. And an interesting part is the result quality is very subjective. Like the same part of software which is deployed somewhere satisfies one customer really well, and another customer is totally disappointed and frustrated using the search bar, for example. We have some students at Sandstorm that are into this topic if you want to know more. So fine-tuning full-text search is also really hard because of the many use cases and the one system that has to serve that many use cases. Okay, so what is full-text search about? Full-text search is kind of a natural language processor, or not processor, but let's say a filter for natural language. So now it would be good to have my speaker notes, but I try my best. yeah, let's talk about some concepts of full text search. Like, I had a good, let's see if I remember this sentence. A dog with a tail is nice. Let's imagine this sentence. Like 7 words, only 3 of those words have meaning. I mean, all the other words are necessary to understand the grammar for a human being, but for a machine, all those, I call them, they're called stop words, are unnecessary for filtering. They are even in the way of filtering, because imagine the article the. You go to a full text search and you want to search for theater. You type T-H-E, you find a lot of crap, but not a theater, because the article the is so present in every text that the boosting will go up naturally if you don't filter out those words. Yeah, they are called stop words. So natural language also has, what are the 2 words? Please tell me. Yeah, right, those. Where the word, the same word is written totally different in some cases, right? Like, can you read the sentence, please? Search for find and find found, but not founded. Yeah, so there's another concept called stemming or lemmatization sometimes, where the stem of the word is taken into the search index. So you can actually search found and find, for example. So another big topic is prefix search, because full-text search engines often make a big assumption where they say, okay, usually a user will type the word from the beginning of the word, right? I don't search for a part in the center of the word. There was an example, Tobias, can you help me, please? Ah, yeah. Imagine there's a bookstore. You search for books about languages. You start to type L-A-N-G. You don't want to find books about slang, right? So the prefix search pattern is a bit in the way of German compound words, because it's 1 word or 3 words or 4 words in 1 word. And usually the meaning is, or the more general word is behind. So when you search for Maschendrahtzaun, or you want to find Maschendrahtzaun and you search for Zaun, you probably won't find it with prefix search. It's still an unsolved problem in the KISS search package as well. So if you have any idea how to solve this, we even tried to use Postgres and import the Elasticsearch dictionaries into Postgres, and they didn't work so well for most cases. Tokenizing and n-grams, I would skip over it for time reasons. Okay, let's talk about some approaches to full-text search, technical approaches. Like we've talked about Elasticsearch, it's like the one end of the extreme, I think. Really powerful, really scalable, but really complex. So on the other side of the scale, we have like query in a database system, which is really low impact in complexity, right? It's just a part of an SQL query, but it's performance critical. There are some databases and some index types that cover like queries, but yeah, I think if you have 100,000 of entries in your database, a like query will have bad performance, most likely. So in between somewhere, there are relational database systems, like Postgres, MariaDB, MySQL. They have really nice full-text capabilities. And I didn't know about this until like 2 years ago, or maybe, because the database world changed. They evolved, some more, some less, but yeah, Postgres, for example, has a really powerful full-text search engine integrated. Let's look a bit into it. I didn't take code examples for now for those basic stuff. I think you can all Google this in the documentations. It's well documented. But MariaDB and MySQL, there's match against operators, which is basically the full-text match operator, which you can use in a where clause or in a select clause. When you use it in the select clause, you get the score of the match. When you use it in the where clause, you filter, basically. You can create full-text indexes that improve performance for match operations. The warning, I won't read it out, but we come to this later. We had a really nice production incident with a totally unexpected behavior of MariaDB. But let's talk about it later. We have time left. So Postgres is a bit more sophisticated using full text. They have a custom data type called TS vector, or text search vector, which stores already pre-processed natural language in a specific format, which is easy queryable. And yeah, and all the concepts I've talked about before, like stop words, lemmatizing, stuff like this, also happens in a function call in Postgres. So you have really fine granular control about when this happens. And you can even debug it very easily. You can just type select to TS vector my text, and you get some text back. You can see how this function behaves. To TS query is used for the query input to process it, pre-process it. The add operator is basically the full text matcher in Postgres, and there is a nice index support for performance improvement. The cool thing about Postgres, and I will come to this later when talking about KISS-Search Postgres implementation, is Postgres has a dictionary concept. So those two functions, to TS vector, to TS query, they have two parameters actually. The first parameter is the text of the natural language you put into it, and the second one is the language, or a dictionary identifier if you want. So you can have the same database indexing German natural language or English natural language, for example, which is really cool, combined with content dimensions in NEOS. Okay, let's talk a bit about NEOS and full text search. So what do we actually want to find in NEOS? No, it's actually not nodes. We don't want to find nodes. We want to find a page, right? We want to find a URL, basically. So the NEOS content repository with its tree structure, I think you all know this. The content nodes are stored below their document nodes. And in most time, we take a big assumption when using this approach to full text search, when searching in the data, not in the rendering output, that the nodes that are below a document are actually rendered below my document. That's up to you. You can do whatever you want in Fusion, right? You can even put static output in Fusion and don't process your nodes at all. But I think that's a kind of far-fetched idea, but I think the more real-world use cases, heavy usage of references. Imagine you have a document in your node tree where you store some kind of data inside of nodes. Then you have another document which includes those references. Maybe in this case, searching for nodes will not work because it will give you the wrong document, right? Okay, enough theory. Now it's time for history. It's even more fun. Yeah, I want to talk a bit about how I got the inspiration for this package and how I got the required knowledge to implement this package. So a few years ago at Sandstorm, we were hired from a customer to improve performance in PHP projects, and it was really, really bad. It was a really big legacy project with Symfony, I think, and with Doctrine. I think you all know those Doctrine dev views or something where you can see how much queries are fired. The bad endpoints really had like 10K SQL queries per page load, which is easily achievable with Doctrine, to be honest. How do you get to 10,000 queries per page load? Yeah, you take a repository, you load a list of entities, you loop over the entities. For each of those entities, you call another repository where you load entities, then you do another nesting level, and you have 10,000 queries. No problem. So what we did is basically we removed Doctrine from those critical endpoints and basically replaced PHP loops with join queries, with native queries. So that's where I lost my fear of large SQL queries. That's a quote actually from Christopher Lubeck. We had a talk few days before, and it's cool to see that, and not to be alone ranting about doctrine, you know. Okay, so the real-world use case for KISS search was actually Bosshammer Schof Ökokiste. Leo, another Sandstormer, had a talk about this last year. Maybe you remember the pictures of the shop when you were there. But yeah, let's say it's a big NEOS project with like 50 instances or so, and there's a big set of content and a big set of custom data, like products. This is basically an online shop where you can buy food. Yeah, so the products and all the categories and the real complex domain of this project lives in custom flow entities next to the content repository tables in the same database. So yeah, we're thinking, okay, which search package we want to use for this use case. Let's use Elasticsearch, and let's look what this means. So we have to install the Elasticsearch package for NEOS, which indexes all the nodes, and then we have to write a custom indexer for our products and all our other data, which is next to the products, like categories or eco boxes, like Ökokisten. You can order them. So then we thought, okay, maybe this is overkill. Why can't we just write an SQL query that does the same thing? So we wrote a prototype SQL query and like a bit of schema which comes with it. And KISS search is basically a query builder tool or API for this idea. Because the main requirement was not only requesting or searching for NEOS content, but also for other custom search result types. And that should please happen in one query, not only for performance reasons, but also for consistency reasons, like having a common limit or a common order is pretty practical when you don't have to process your results in PHP after you loaded them, or fire two separate search queries and then merge them together somehow by PHP. Yeah, additionally to this, there were some other requirements, like ecoboxes are their main business. They come with a kind of subscription model. You can get them every week, and products is kind of a one-time buy. So they wanted to have the ecoboxes more up in the search results, even if they don't match that well for business purposes. And also, because food is really special it's really kind of special subset of natural language, because, yeah, try to tell a search engine that Chardonnay is red wine. No chance. Or cheese and Bavaria Blue and stuff, somehow some crazy cheese names out there. Okay, that all added up and led to kind of shaped the KISS search package. So the main principles are no additional infrastructure needed. You already have the infrastructure you need for full text search. Why don't utilize it? So a really well idea which came actually from Sebastian Kurfürst was, hey, why don't you make the configuration downwards compatible to simple search? Then you can really quickly switch and don't have to reconfigure your node types. So we did it. So KISS search is optimized for query time. It's not, by query time I don't mean query execution time, but the time when you run your queries. Another really important feature is no explicit index update is needed, because your full text index is stored in the database. That means it is updated on each insert or update. So KISS search should be easily extensible with additional search sources. Scoring, boosting, so on. And a really big inspiration of the architecture of the new event source content repository was this kind of idea to make it a composer library instead of a flow package. The main reason was, okay, the event source content repository is usable in your Laravel project, right, as database for content, for example. why can't you use KissSearch then in this Laravel project as well? That was the idea basically behind it. So it's database and framework independent, at least the core. It comes with some utility functions to utilize the flow mechanics, like settings and dependency injection, but it's only a really small wrapper, really similar to the architecture of the event source content repository. Okay. Let's talk about the main principles of, or no, let's go back for a minute. KissSearch is designed as API package and doesn't come with any logic about finding anything. It only comes with kind of a query structure builder, and the Neos content result type is the first implementation of this API, so to say. So when you want to extend KissSearch with your own custom search result types, you can look into the Neos implementation to have a reference. So, and this comes shipped with the Neos, with the KissSearch package. So what are the ideas? It's very similar to simple search and also to Elasticsearch, where you have buckets, which are more important or less important. So, for example, text that is rendered in an H1 headline is more important than text in a paragraph, for example. And you can configure this behavior in your node type YAML like you are used to from simple search and or the search plugin API. Yeah, another principle is what we talked about, the closest parent document aggregation. If you have any questions regarding this, please ask them afterwards. You can search in different workspaces, so all workspaces get indexed, so to say, and also about in content dimensions. The additional filters were in my speaker notes, so there are quite a few. Like you can filter for a subtree search, for example, or for inherited node types. You can say, I only want my abstract search result node type to be part of the results. You can also do this in the indexing as well, where it doesn't get indexed at all, but you can also parameterize it at query time. Okay, let's look at the search performance, because this is really interesting. I developed the package with a really small Neos instance. So earlier this week, I tried it the first time with a real big project, and I set up the local Neos IO instance with 150K nodes. And to be honest with you, it still has some problems. But to be more honest, not at the query time. When you have installed it once with so much nodes, and I'm on it, I promise this will get fixed soon. But yeah, once it is installed, you have a query time of 15 to 50 milliseconds on average, which feels really snappy in a live search. This is a really ugly example script, which is part of the repository, and we will come to the step how to use it, KissSearch next, but there are quite a few ways to use it, because the one main principle is it is optimized for query time. So you don't need to boot Flow or anything, any framework, when you want to fire a search query. So what I did in this example is I printed the search query with a flow command. I copy-pasted it into a PHP script to avoid flow booting overhead, and just fired the query to the database, and that's how we get this low response times. Same example, to explain, I typed and every keystroke did a request, and this is a kind of history of the timings. This is the same example for Neos IO with 150,000 nodes in it. So that looks really promising for me, at least. And I still want to figure out what the limits of KissSearch are, because I don't want you to install KissSearch where it breaks stuff, right? Okay, let's talk about development workflow, how to use the package. First, install the Composer package. You have to. It's actually three packages. It's the API core package, the flow adapter, and the Neos search result type are 3 different packages. So you decide on your based on your use case which of those packages you install. Then you configure your node types, or they are already configured because you used simple search before. You apply this schema via flow command, you refresh your dependencies. I will talk about it in a second, what this means. And yeah, then you configure your so-called search endpoints, or you use the one that's shipped with the package. So let's talk a bit about the wording. I think it's important to understand the next points. So KISS-Search basically is a query builder tool. And the search query, I do this movement because the search query is quite huge. And the parts of the search query have names. So the first part is the search source. That is the part that does the full text matching. So in Postgres, the add operators, in MariaDB, match against. The results are stored in a common table expression. Why we separate it, I will talk about this in a minute. The filter then accesses this common table expression and applies additional where conditions, for example, for the workspace in the Neos example, or all the other filters. And then finally, you have a type aggregator, which takes all the results emitted by a filter and groups them to your final search result. In our case of Neos, it takes all the content nodes that are found and groups them to their closest document parent and emits one result for this document. You still have can access the metadata, which nodes matched, because there's kind of a metadata array inside of a search result, and a match count, how many actual search source or filtered entries led up to this one single entry of the aggregator. That can be, for example, used if you want to implement search preview widgets, for example. Then you can see, okay, I found my block document node, but the text was actually matched in a headline, so I can maybe render some part of the headline or whatever. Okay, what is a search endpoint? Search endpoint is basically an array of configuration, how to build the query. So there are query options that influence the structure of the SQL query itself. For example, the content repository ID is one example, because what I've learned is that the new event source content repository, with their projections, they have dynamic table names. So we need to do this as well. And then you have the filter configuration and the type aggregators. So finally some code. Okay. Let's have a look at an endpoint configuration. I called it US Live because, as you see here, the default parameters are workspace live and language US English. So there are a few identifiers like this one, and this one. To be complete, we'll show you the configuration for this as well. This comes with the Neos package. And basically, it refers to a class which then produces the SQL parts that we spoke about before. In this case, it's 3 times, it's 3 times the same class because 3 different interfaces for the same class. Okay, let's look at the schema configuration. You don't have to do this. This is part of Neos already. If you want to fine-tune it, of course you can. So that's why we exposed this configuration. Also, two classes, or one important class that creates the create scheme SQL and the drop scheme SQL. And wrong button again. I'm sorry. I have to wait for the animation to finish. Okay, we're back again. So, and then you have some options for the indexing, for example, the base node type, the base content node type, content repository ID, and excluded node types. Then you have a refresher class, because I was telling you before, you don't need an explicit index update. That's only the half of the truth, because you somehow need information, additional information that is somehow slow to query. For example, the relation of node ID to their closest document node. And this, we do this in the Postgres version of KISS Search that will be done with a materialized view, but we don't have this possibility in MariaDB, so we just have a regular relation. But this relation has to be created, and currently in small projects, this is really performant, and so we can do it on a node publish. But in the instance with 150K nodes, I need to improve the performance of this part of the software. Yeah, and you can refresh your search dependencies with a flow command as well. So maybe for big instances, it would be a workaround to do this once a night or so. Come on. Search query workflow. I want to talk about how you can fire search queries, right? It's pretty straightforward. Take your user input and put it in an instance of search input. You can decide as developer what is actually user input and what is kind of developer input. Let's say, for example, the limit of the query, the amount of results you want to have. You can imagine hard coding it as a developer on the server side, or you have a drop-down in your UI where you can specify the limit, for example. So you put it all in a search input, then you load your endpoint configuration, create an instance of search query, and execute your query with the query tool. Those APIs should be pretty final, so they won't change in the future, I guess. Unless you have a better name for query tool. Okay. To see it in code, you detect your database or you hard-code it. You create your search input, you load your search input configuration, you create the query, you execute the query. If you want to see live examples, please come to me afterwards and we can have a little hack session or whatever. Looking at this, yeah, it's not that framework independent, because what is this? And what is this? And what is the instance provider? And what is the database adapter? Okay, let's see. That's what I meant with the flow wrappers. And here there are, oh, I'm sorry. You saw the dependencies. You can inject them, and they are pretty self-explaining. I will skip over it. So the flow commands you see there, most of those are to print stuff, but then you have the schema commands to create your schema, drop your schema, or reset it. Reset is basically drop and create. And refreshes those dependencies, for example, the nodes to their closest document node relation. Print search query is not just for debugging, as I told you. This can be used to optimize query performance when just taking the pure SQL. And query is kind of a CLI search. So what you need to do for custom search results. There are two sides of the medal. It's the write side and the read side. So implement the search schema interface, basically two methods, like you know them from doctrine migrations up and down. They are called create and drop. And for query time, you implement those three classes, which we talked about before, the search source, the result filters, and the type aggregators, which basically produce SQL code. So there will be an documentation for this, of course. Okay, wrapping up the talk, I want to share a bit of my learnings, what I learned implementing this, or updating it to Neos 9. Because It started with a NEOS 8 prototype, which was totally different database structure. So I guess I have to hurry. So NEOS 9 is awesome. That's all you need to know. No, it's really, it feels like a sophisticated architecture got even better. And that's not because they pay me or something. It's my real opinion. So yeah, one really cool part of it, I pressed the wrong button, is that, or my favorite change actually is that the URL of a document node is stored in the database. You can query it. You don't need the linking service or URebuilder or stuff like this anymore, just as a select query. So MySQL learnings. You can't mix full text index lookups with other lookups like, for example, primary key indexes. When you combine conditions with full text conditions, they lead to full table scans. You don't notice it until your production server starts to burn. And this is kind of a really, really mean thing, I think. MariaDB feels a bit old school. Postgres feels awesome, I think. MariaDB, why this? They have way more built-in functions for string processing, for JSON processing, for like everything. And even writing own functions is way easier because you have all the possibilities. You can even write functions that return result sets, like a virtual table with parameters. You have materialized views, which is really awesome concept. So full text queries work really well in pure SQL. Even if you don't use Kiss Search and you want to have some inspiration for your own custom queries, have a look into it. Postgres feels more powerful for the full text search mechanics feel more powerful in Postgres. Generated columns are awesome. Do you know about generated columns in SQL? Who knows them? A few. Okay. That's basically a computed column with a few restrictions. You only can access your own row, but it's kind of a nice thing to do when you have, for example, node properties in a JSON and you want only the title to be indexed in a database column. Nice. Do a generated column with a JSON accessor and put an index on this column. This is how Kiss Search is implemented internally. If you want to know more about this, just contact me. Alter table add generated column will update all the rows in the table. If you have a real large table and a real complicated generated column, this will crash. Recursive common table expressions are nice for handling hierarchy, you know what I mean, those data structures. And all in all, databases have become really powerful tools, so let's use them. So what's next? 1.0 release start of next week, because tonight is social event. Documentation will be finished really soon. Postgres support, as soon as NEOS 9 supports Postgres, right? And I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe we can help a bit out if you want. There's no plan to migrate the current Kiss Search API to NEOS 8, but if you want to use Kiss Search in your NEOS 8 project, just use the prototype. It works really well, at least for small projects. Current working status on the branch NEOS 9 will be merged with the 1.0 release. Okay, if you want to contact me, I'm not on social media, so just write a letter. And sorry for my sloppy English. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also thanks Sandstorm for enabling me to do this in my working time. That's a really, really big, really big thing.
So we do have a few questions here.
Ah, okay. Nice.
Thank you very much for presenting Kiss Search. The first question is from Adrian, and he's asking, do you have a recommendation when to use Elasticsearch and when's a better use case for Kiss Search?
Yeah, I think I really want to find this out, the limits of Kiss Search. So, but I think if you need so fine granular control over your search configuration, and if you have the knowledge already in your team, and if you need like distributed systems, or if you need kind of the other functionalities that comes with Elasticsearch, like regular index lookup, you should use Elasticsearch. And I think for now my guess is kind of from 200K nodes or plus, better use Elasticsearch. Or use KISS-Search and let's improve it together.
All right, thank you. And the second question, it's about word families. Okay, how are language-specific cases of word families handled?
Not by MariaDB. By Postgres, they have this dictionary concept, and it's really, really awesome. And it has actually the same underlying format as Elasticsearch, so they are compatible with each other. You can install them really easily. Yeah, so.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Don't forget to rate Eric's talk in the NeosCon app. We want to award a best speaker at the end of the conference. And as all the other speakers as well, we have our presents for you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Eric.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And thank you very much. Next up on stage, here on the studio stage, are Martin and Bernhard with their Open API specs, are a flow controller's best friend, so more flow stuff. And on the main stage, we have Graphs All the Way Down, Neos 9 in Action by Michael Löw. So, 10 minutes to go. Enjoy your break and see you back in 10 minutes.
Broken hearted nights, wide, wide awake, and I'm just still thinking about you, baby. I've been doing all I can, baby. I'm not built to fight like on the daily, but you know I just need a little training. And now I'm a little too much. Be a step in this place where I'm lost without a chase, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Games, but I could never see me lose. I've been checking out your moves. You were slipping slide, but I can always catch your groove. But what's the use? Why we so dark? I like this better at the start. Just holding hands, forgiveness free, but we don't backtrack gracefully. But baby, I've been doing all I can, baby. I'm not built to fight like on the daily, but you know I just need a little training. And now I'm a little too much. Be a step in this place where I'm lost without a chase, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you know I just need a little training.
run away. Turn the page. We'll live in endless summer. Elevate. Wide awake. We'll live in endless summer.
So welcome back to the studio stage. And we now have some couple of people that are searching for a place to sit down and get relaxed for the next talk of Bernhard and Martin about how flow controllers are and open API specs are best friends. So welcome on stage, Martin and Bernhard.
Hello. There. So, when we think about external APIs, there are usually two kinds of experiences people have. First one, there is APIs which just work, behave as expected. You implement them once and can use them for years, have fun. And there are others. And just a short story. Once a colleague mounted a target to the wall in our office where she would throw stuff whenever an external API we had to use behaved unspecified. And that target got used a lot. So something is complicated with APIs. And why is that so? First of all, it's just JSON. So we have 2025. It could be simple, one thinks, but there are a lot of things you have to know about an API to make actual use of it. First of all, you have to know it exists, what endpoints are there, can be used, what parameters do they allow, and what will the API return? So there may be different return codes, and the data structures may change, whether a result was found or not, or an operation was successful or not. And in the result, there is data, and there are usually multiple fields, so there's room for typos, just simple as that. But there's also room for type errors. Is it a string? Is it an integer? And there's also confusion whether a field can be null or can be optional. So that's not irrelevant for code usually. So in any cases, when something happens or behaves unexpectedly, usually code breaks, like when a property is suddenly missing, and we were expecting it to be null. If it is, or it cannot be empty or something like that. So whenever our expectations are not matched, usually code breaks. That is some struggle in the beginning. We're used to that, we will fix it, but it gets more complicated over time when APIs change and we have to communicate the changes, which often happens in the form of XML snippets in tickets or JSON snippets in tickets that get sent around, and after a while, you don't have any central understanding what this API does, or what it returns, what kind of data it returns in total, but only the collected emails of multiple years, and then you can try to onboard a new developer to use this API. So this is not optimal, and there should be a better way in 2025, and of course, write documentation. And usually you find the requirement for an API that there has to be documentation. But for documentation to actually help you in future, needs that the documentation has to be correct in the first place, but it's not enough. It also has to be complete. And it has to be up to date, so it has to reflect all the changes that were ever made to this API. And documentation can come in different forms, like URL examples or Confluence pages, PDF documents, or even worse, PowerPoint presentations. We've seen them all, and they don't work well, especially when we want to communicate changes to APIs. So that was the status quo about 1.5 years ago when we were starting a big project where we wanted to implement a hotel booking engine that was to be used for multiple hotel brands. We knew the front-end application would be a React app and it would be challenging because booking engines are complex and we wanted to achieve a smooth user experience. It should feel easy for the customer, it should be snappy. And we also knew we would, in the back end, have to talk to an old XML API. In a standard from the 90s that is wrapped in SOAP, was documented in a PDF that was created in 2013 and annotated ever since, but sometimes half-heartedly. So we knew talking to this XML API would be a challenge. There would be issues, and combined with the challenge of implementing a smooth user experience in the front end, there could be madness. Luckily, in between, there was Neos, and that is the thing we have under control. And what we thought is we might get this project actually under control if we ensure that the communication between the front end and the Neos works really smoothly, and no issues there. Everyone knows what data is sent and what to expect. Because in that case, the front-end development could focus on implementing a smooth API, just dealing with responsiveness and all this madness in there, and the back-end development would only deal with XML madness. So that was the plan, and with that, we started the project, and at first, in the setup phase, we added a ticket to automatically create the documentation for the APIs we were to present to the front end from the back end. Automatically, that actually matches the PHP implementation. It could not deviate. So in the setup phase, we wanted to do that. A thing that was not written in this ticket was, of course, we want to write modern PHP code, we want to be type safe, and we want to apply static analysis to all the code. Also, we preferred OpenAPI as a standard. We had worked with that before, and mostly successfully, but we were kind of open for that. And with that, we started, and just a small recap, I think most of you have already seen an OpenAPI. An OpenAPI specification is a JSON document. The OpenAPI standard started as part of Swagger and is a JSON that allows you to specify all the things you have to know about an API. So it contains the endpoints, which are called passes there, and all the parameters they expect in the pass or in the query or maybe as JSON header, and also the possible responses and the data in there. And there is also a possibility to centralize some definitions so that it can be used in multiple endpoints. That is all nice and fine, and the best thing about OpenAPI with this JSON format is that it can be versioned. So it is quite easily to keep track of changes to API specifications. So whenever we want to change something, we can have a diff in our version control system. And another big advantage of OpenAPI is that there are tons of tooling which support it, but they only are fun when the API are really, really correctly or matches the spec. So it's not let's write an API. We have to really ensure that this technical specification actually matches the implementation. At that point, we were optimistic that we would not have to reinvent the wheel. So we started looking for solutions because surely someone has done that before. And we looked into many solutions for PHP, and those are the major ones. First one was Swagger PHP, and that one mainly collects annotations from your code and combines them to an API specification. Well, that is nice, but no one can guarantee you that the annotation in your code actually matches the implementation. And even worse, the annotation is placed before a function while the implementation is below. So it can easily slip the review if you change any functionality that you also have to adjust the annotation. So that is something that would pretty surely lead to an API that does, or a spec that does not match the implementation. And for that reason, we skipped Swagger API. Another thing we evaluated was JNPHP. That is a tool that takes an OpenAPI specification and generates PHP code. So we would have to turn the stuff around and generate the specification first and our code later. But that would have been okay for us. Sadly, JNPHP currently creates PHP 7 code. So no type safety in there, just annotations, tons of getters and setters, and that does not feel like 2025 or 2024. Last thing we checked is RP Platform, and that is a tool that is built on top of Symfony, and that creates all sorts of API for your Symfony application. And we actually tried it twice. First, I tried to use packages they published that say they can generate specs for that mainly describe what Symfony serializers would do. And I was not able to get it to run because of dependency hell. Afterwards, Bernhard gave it a try as well. And when that failed, I knew that was not a package for us. So it's actually, if you have a Symfony project, it may be the way to go, or it may work. But getting it to run without Symfony was pure pain, and we were ultimately not successful. So sometimes new wheels have to be invented, and Bernhard will show you what kind of wheel we came up with.
So yes, after trying out the Symfony approach for some time, after a few days, I thought like, okay, why is this actually so hard? I didn't try, I actually did it. I read the documentation and the specification for OpenAPI. And I was like, okay, these are the type declarations, these are the path declarations. You can do this in PHP natively, you can do this in native PHP. Okay, we might need an attribute here. You can do this in native PHP. Why do we need some configuration, factory? Or why can't we just use the PHP code we write? As you may hopefully know, the PHP type system has evolved a lot in the last years. So the idea was, okay, if we drop support for PHP 5, 7, and so on, and start on the base of PHP 8.2, can we do this easier? The answer is obviously yes. So the idea was, what if we take a step back, we implement our endpoint in modern PHP and try to generate the OpenAPI spec from the code we already wrote, because there isn't too much difference when it comes to types. That should be doable with clicking a button or running a CLI command, and that was the goal. So where do we start? So here we have an example controller, like an endpoint that we implemented a base controller for, the OpenAPI controller. We have an action that is called, and what we basically have is one command, because we want to send, I don't know, an email or to write something to the database, so we're doing a POST request. Everything that was put into a form is part of this command. Then we have a handler for that command, and whether that succeeds or fails means that we have to send a different response, right? And all of this can be modeled in PHP objects, like the register thread cleverest command is a PHP object, and so are the two responses, the success or the failure message. The only attribute we need here is the one describing that this parameter, this command, is to be sent via a request body, because the router has no chance of knowing that, and also the specification needs that to be rendered, and this can't be derived from the code without that attribute. But apart from that, that's just basically a controller. You would write exactly that way anyway. What our package does is the whole deserialization and serialization, so you don't have to take care of, do I have to make this command JSON serializable or these responses JSON serializable? Just write them in a certain way, which we'll see in the next slides, and you're done. So no hassle with that. Parameters. There are a few things you have to take care of. So we say, okay, let's write modern PHP, so you have to do that. We only accept final read-only classes. They're modeled as value objects, so they can also only consist of other value objects, in our case, and primitives are okay also. So you have that command with the offer ID that is to be used in the context, the travelers to be registered. You can have collections, given they have a variadic argument in the constructor, like this 3-dot thingy, so you can add an arbitrary amount of travelers to that collection, and it has to have a items property. So if it looks like that, we're all set. We can use enums, for example, because that's why we need at least PHP 8.1, but H2 for the read-only classes. And OpenAPI has a specification for enums, so does PHP nowadays. So if you can just use them, and they work exactly as you'd expect. You can add a few attributes, mainly for metadata. If you want to add a description to your type, you can also, of course, do that, but you don't have to if you don't want to. So yeah, there are quite some requirements to your code base. You also have to add flow proxy false, because otherwise the serialization wouldn't work, but you don't need proxies here anyway, because don't inject stuff into value objects, please. But that's basically the only requirement. So the return values basically work the same, just build another class the same way. In this case, we have just basically a message property, but if you're doing a query instead of command, this might be the result list of stuff. And you can set a status code. So this is, for example, this worked message with the status code of 200, and the 400 status code if it didn't work. Just beware that OpenAPI only supports one message per status type, per status code. Apart from that, they exactly work as the parameters do. And after running, so we have a command prepared so that you can run to create the JSON file that represents the OpenAPI schema. And you can also use a special endpoint that will provide the schema in the exact same way. And you can, for example, use Swagger UI to just present your API with all the types and endpoints. So what does this mean of the implementation? So we do get documentation from code. So the problem and the promise is, yes, as long as you do make use of the PHP 8.2 type system, and then you'll get the API documentation for free. You basically don't have to do anything anymore. It's readable, both for humans via the UI that we just saw, and also it's machine readable for static analysis, and especially for both sides, right? So it's statically analyzable, both in PHP and in JavaScript on the other end. We had the topic of versioning, right? You can check in, you check in the code into your Git repository, and you can add that rendered document as well, and you can verify it. And on the client side, there are tons of generators for like API clients in JavaScript. As long as you give them a valid OpenAPI spec document, you're just fine. So that's nice in theory. I mean, there are the nice thing about implementing a standard is that the standard basically provides the test cases, and we made extensive use of that. So what could possibly go wrong? Not much, actually. We used that in set project. It definitely changed the way backend and frontend developers work together. So before that, in our team, it was like, okay, let's talk a bit, define some JSON file or some JSON spec, write it into a ticket, and yeah, that will probably work for the next time. That has improved a lot because we now, of course, have an up-to-date specification. And that's actually a place where also both parts, front and backend, can actually negotiate, right? So after that, everyone should be reasonably happy within the team. And you can basically encapsulate everything that's behind that layer, right? So if you have set XML madness, just encapsulate that into some repository and give it a clean API via this one. So it was done. It was for that hotel project, and it works basically in all instances for all hotel chains. So it's also very reusable, which is also a nice thing about this. Then what I already mentioned, so you can have some kind of workshop format where you sit together with at least front-end and back-end developers. You can then discuss the API specification, then you just write a line of PHP code to adjust some object or create a new one, reload the whole Swagger UI, and you already see the results for everyone easily understandable, even if they don't read PHP usually. So yes, the next step is, of course, for frontend to generate the clients. That's the point where I'm like, okay, do whatever you want. That's not my cup of tea, but it seems to work reasonably well, to be very well used in production. So what that meant for our project. So basically before you had the typical action controller, but the action controller uses the property mapper. And if you try to property map a value object, that's basically you have to write the serializer yourself because it's not designed for that, right? It's designed to edit entities via the properties. In this case, this can't handle entities, but it can handle value objects very well. Another approach previously was to write middlewares, where you serialize and deserialize value objects yourself by passing the property mapper, but you then have routing and security issues, and mostly you use that way. That's not a problem. And yes, you get, of course, the specification for free and don't have to look up in tickets, for example. So it became the de facto standard for both of our teams.
So, of course, this is the best thing since sliced bread, but it still has some limitations. It cannot walk your dog. No, there is a serious limitation. You may be familiar with the parameters we all use in PHP, those square bracket things that are nested and may describe arrays of properties, and we all use them all the time. And I should have gotten curious when I noticed that the PSR URL standard does not deal with them, because turns out they are not standardized. So there is no standard which describes what happens there. It's just implemented in HTTP, or what's called HTTP build query or parse string in often the PHP side. And OpenAPI does not support that. It supports an style for encoding URL parameters that is called deep objects, which on the first glance looks like PHP parameter encoding because it has square brackets, but turns out with deep they mean one level deep. And no arrays, please. So it may work in some cases, but you will surely hit a hard spot quite soon. OpenAPI implements an RFC for URI template that does not support nested arguments. And there isn't a workaround with the current version of OpenAPI yet. There may be support for custom queries in future releases of OpenAPI. But for now, we cannot use that. We have workarounds. The first thing you can do is just flatten your parameters. If you want a GET request you can pass around easily, it's tedious, it does not look good, but it works, and GET parameters are really easy to debug. And the thing we use in application all the time, and Bernhard already showed it, is use a request body with content type JSON for complex arguments. And there you can use an object as complicated as you want, and that works like a charm for complex requests. So that is what we use at the moment until the API spec gets more sophisticated in that regard. There are also some constraints, or no limitations regarding constraints, because in many cases you want to express more than just it's an integer. It might be a positive integer, it might be a string that matches a specific pattern, it might be a class name, and OpenAPI allows to specify that. But since we wanted to generate the specification from the code, we would need a way to determine those limitations that, on the one hand, we can enforce via PHP, and we can ensure via reflection that this constraint is in place. We did not find a way to do that now, so currently our specs only deal with simple types and nested structures of those. But if anyone comes up with an idea, we will surely implement it because there's much value in that, and we would love to implement constraints for values. Another limitation we currently have is that we did not care about authorization yet. We just use it for public APIs, but OpenAPI is totally able to describe multiple authorization schemas. There is bearer tokens, username, password, API keys. There can be multiple headers or stuff like that. It's OAuth and whatever. So OpenAPI will be able to describe it, and we simply did not get around to implement it yet. But we will implement it once we need it, and we already have projects that will likely use that or require that. So that is a limitation that will go away quite soon. But we also have other ideas for the future, and that is, again, for Bernhard.
Yep. So, I mean, the obvious next step would be being compatible to Neos and Flow 9, but we're already done with that. So you can use that in your new projects as well. But we could do some architectural stuff, right? So there are a lot of framework agnostic parts, like the serializer and unserializer, that are very specific for this use case, that could just be extracted in another package that can also be reused in other parts. We are currently in the Zeitgeist namespace, obviously. We could transfer that to Flowpack in the first step. We could use it, for example, for interaction with the Neos UI to make that type safe. There are currently a lot of arrays being passed around. We don't like those too much. And it could perhaps be a core feature in the future, like we could separate the action controller into parts, like yeah, we have a CRUD controller if you want to deal with entities and the property mapper, or you can have an OpenAPI controller handling OpenAPI requests. And we are also not the only ones dealing with this topic right now. So Basti has also released a package which can do similar things, the OpenAPI types package. And that's always something that sounds like, hey, perhaps we should stick our heads together and create a NeoZ solution that we can use in the core.
So, and there's a last idea I would love to check out. I already heard the term MCP multiple times already. And MCP is a separate protocol which allows language models to communicate with resources and tools. And it turns out there are bridges that connect that provide a connection from MCP to OpenAPI. And that might be a way for us to have fast iterations when we are experimenting with tools we want to provide to a language model. And I would love to check that out and see what kind of API has to be given to a language model to actually get successful results. But Bastian, as shown in the keynote, Bastian exposed mainly the API of the content repository. That is an obvious start, but we learned in other projects that the usefulness of tools for language models largely depend on what exactly the tools are provided. So they may be even more useful if we have a way to fast iterate on the APIs we actually provide and try it out and see what comes out in the end. So we would love that, and I hope no one will do it before us, but it is possible. We just have to find the time. So,
thanks a lot.
That's all from us.
Thank you, Bernhard and Martin. And I've got a question for you. Why not use JSON in the query for complex parameters?
Yes, I guess that's one for me because we're exactly doing that. So we're cheating a bit, and we're using the deep object parameter type also for GET requests. So we have like the a query parameter called query, and then you input JSON. That works reasonably well, but it breaks type safety a bit on the JavaScript part because that has to be like JSON stringified, and then the linter says, okay, I can't pass this. What is this? But that's a front-end issue, so it was like, okay, not my problem.
Thank you. And let's check.
But it should be possible by adding an annotation that you want this parameter encoded as JSON.
Yeah.
So thank you for your questions. If you have further questions, please contact Martin and Bernhard directly. And I think we have a present.
Yes, we do.
Toby, come up on stage. It's late in the afternoon, I know.
I have one, yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
So thank you for your talk. Thank you for being here. And rate the talk. And we have one last talk here on this stage. And it's about 7th Site, the journey of building a NeoZ SaaS platform. And on the center stage, we have Power of Community, how we built a CMS in 9 months. And afterwards, we stay on the center stage for the NeoZ Award and the closing.
Yes.
Did I forget it?
There's probably not a big break after the next talk, so make sure if you want to grab something, do it now.
So let's see again at 17. Okay.
25 minutes.
Yeah.
Roll it up.
I punch my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't
Breathe me in, breathe me out of love. And feel me good, feel me oh so soft. And take my pure heart and make it yours, make it yours. Spin me around with your love is voice, love is voice. Let it go, let it out of sight. And teach me love, teach me how to fight. Take my pure heart and make it yours, make it yours. Spin me around with your love is voice, love is voice.
When you're tired and worn, and you feel like you can't go on, I'll be there to put one foot in front of the other. When you've lost your way,
Hello and welcome to the last talk on the studio stage today. Before we start with the talk, a little organizational information. After this talk, please head down to the main stage as we will have the NEOS Awards afterwards. So there's supposed to be no break in between, just head straight down. So we can all enjoy the NEOS Awards together and then have the conference closing for today before there's dinner and the social event. But last but not least, today on the studio stage, we will hear about 7Site, the journey of building a NEOS SaaS platform by Niklas Droste and Patrice Kaufmann. Please come on stage. Welcome.
Hi, welcome to our talk, our first talk on a NEOS conference. Because it's the first talk, a short note on where we come from, who we are. We are from Kaufmann Digital. We are a NEOS agency since 2014, and currently we are 5 NEOS natives working at our company. My name is Niklas. I'm 9 years into NEOS development, and this is Patrice.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Patrice Kaufmann, and quick notes about myself. I have been working with Flash development around 18 years ago. I joined Kaufmann Digital in the year 2018, and my focus has been on NEOS CMS ever since. So, a quick structure about our talk today. We call it the content map. It's a road to 7Site and how we got there. So, we start off by a short presentation about our internal framework. We'll tell you how we shaped our product, and then we discuss some more details about our product, the environment, cloud hosting, editor experience, and we conclude on how it changed our agency life and how why it's for us a really nice thing. So, 7Site has become a really big focus within our team. And Niklas, how about you briefly introduce some 7Site to the audience?
Sure. So where are we today? We started way before the point of where we are today, but where are we today? What is 7Site? When we must describe it in one sentence, we say it's a website as a service platform. I think I don't have to explain software as a service, you will know. Currently it's based on NEOS 8.3. We are working on NEOS 9, obviously, but it's not finished yet. It comes with the cloud hosting, and it's in today's time, it's very important to be GDPR compliant and now upcoming accessible for the BFSG. Who maybe someone also stumbled about it. When we decided to build 7Site, or when we plan a new feature for 7Site, we also already noticed that we have the current web best practices, so that the user don't have to care about SEO or accessibility, about compatibility to devices. We also already want to be at the best standard there. Also, it's very customizable. The user or the customer can decide between 24 plus additional modules they can book. It has external AI services or other services they can use in combination with 7Site. And there's also a possibility to individualize the 7Site. So when there's a customer and he says, hey, I need this feature, but it's very individual just for me, we also can do that with 7Site. That's the thing we do. As I mentioned before, the idea started way before we started with 7Site. And Patrice will give you a few insights about that, how we came there.
Yeah, as Niklas has mentioned, we started our work on 7Site in the year 2020. However, at that point, we did not even know that we were working on 7Site. So, in 2020, after having worked on multiple projects with NEOS CMS, we had a lot of inconsistent code bases. That was due to different reasons, but mostly because we like to experiment, try out new things, naming conventions, how we structure our code. So we ended up in a situation where it was very messy, as we heard in the talk earlier. And on top of that, we had very outdated build pipelines. We were running a grunt setup with jQuery and Bower and all the good stuff, you know? So that's not really something we wanted to continue, and because it was a very painful developer experience, and it was not enjoyable to work on these old projects. And moving forward, we wanted to change things for the better, so we started unifying things. And for this, we created a group of packages. Internally, it's called Nova. And when working on these Nova packages, we had certain design principles in mind that would that all packages within that group would have to follow. So we wanted a shared structure across packages that no matter what package we work on, we would feel familiar within that package, and we could quickly jump between developers, packages, projects, without having to readjust our workflows. We wanted to introduce Fusion and YAML naming conventions. And on the right, you can probably see an extract of, you can see an extract of an example project structure. We land into the atomic design system and made use of that on a node type and Fusion prototype basis. We wanted to have highly reusable Fusion components that actually focuses on best practices when it comes to reusability, having no node context on your presentational components, and stuff like this. We also wanted to move away from jQuery and move to a vanilla JS setup and prove efficient, lightweight code, because we wanted to achieve a really scalable system overall. On top of that, we needed very restrictive constraints for the node type structures. We had certain examples or certain projects in the past where the editors already had some kind of modular toolkit available. However, it was very loose, and they would, of course, nest a multi-column within a multi-column, and that 4 times. So there wasn't really we needed to control these possibilities, the editor possibilities. And let's have a look at what the package ecosystem is as of right now. We have like around more than 100 packages, ranging from simple packages for headline text button to more complex packages. For example, a listable package that provides utilities for a nice Elasticsearch wrapper with a faceted search, so that it's easy, for example, for an events package to make use of it, provide a nice search for events. That events package, for example, also provides a booking form. So we have all kinds of use cases that are now served by these packages in a structured way, and that we can keep expanding on. Now, while we have a lot of packages available for our use cases, there are some packages that stand a bit out and make it all possible. First of all, we're going to look at our core package, and then the root page package. For that, let's have a look at the following problem, which was quite a big problem for us back then. Let's imagine a big main.css file, around 308 kilobytes, and this is the problem. Why is this problematic even? It leads to long loading times, especially on mobile. The style parsing of the browser is slow and expensive. It leads to bad page speed scores, because if you look at this image, for example, on the home page, it only uses a certain part of the main CSS file. So you end up with a lot of unused code rules, and this negatively impacts the page speed score, which then negatively impacts SEO ranking, search engine rankings. And for us, most importantly, a setup like this would not be scalable. We wanted our package family to keep on growing and expanding. And if at some point we would be limited by the file size of a simple style sheets file, it would all break apart. So we wanted to have a structure that would break down styles and JavaScript into smaller chunks. And wouldn't it be cool if we knew beforehand, like when a page renders, what kind of styles are needed? Like usually within Neos, because it's also flexible and offers a lot of possibilities to the editors, you often can't really define rules as to which styles to load on what page. So this is where we needed a more dynamic way, and to some members in the audience, this might actually look familiar, since we integrated this functionality into the CGM project from back then with the collaboration of Punkt.de. So this package, Nova Core, actually handles the JavaScript and CSS handling, and it provides on-demand resource functionality, so that when a page renders, we know what resources to load. You might wonder, okay, but it creates a lot of single requests to files. This is where HTTP protocol 2 comes in handy. Instead of having multiple connections for all these resource files, it opens a stream, and those files are getting transferred in parallel. So we're not losing on that part. There's a limit per stream, but it's all working very nicely today. So here's an example of a slider component. That's another package of ours. So there's this top-level CSS equals declaration, and you can see an array of 3 styles that are being defined here. And later on, this top-level Fusion declaration is evaluated, and the style rules, these definitions get transformed into link and script tags on the head and body tags of the document. So what is nice about this is that, for example, look at the second line. We have the slider has a fade option, right? You can enable, disable the fade option, and depending on that selection, you would need more styles. But since that option is rarely used, we wanted to extract a certain part of the style sheets to make it load faster, to make it even more lightweight. And so the second rule is actually the fade rule, which is applied conditionally, depending whether that option is disabled or then enabled. The same also applies to the backend, where we have, for many components, we provide additional backend styles to enhance the editor experience. For example, for a slider, there's certain things added in the Neos backend to make it more usable. And this is also nice for these cases. Looking at the root page package, it also solves an issue we always had when having to work on Neos projects. It's a header and a footer. Most of pages have stuff like this. So we wanted to solve it in a centralized way. And how did we do it? We added this root page node type that comes with a content collection for header and footer. And with strict constraints, you have dedicated node types for header and footer, which can be inserted into these content collections. The defined headers and footers then cascade onto the subpages, so that you have one position where you actually define these headers and footers. Why do we even need them node-based, you might ask? Well, the reason is that we often had requirements that certain parts of the header or footer would be editable in Neos. So that needed to be solved. And an example for this is the current website of Umco, where we have like a top-level root page seen on the left, and the nested root page seen on the right, where we have a different header with a different menu and a different logo. So the logo is actually a property on the header itself, which then can be used to navigate within sub-areas of a page, which also proved to be very useful for areas like a career sub-area on a website. Looking back at the last 5 years of working with this framework, we can say that it definitely has helped us with when dealing with recurring problems. We were able to deliver more results in less time. What does it mean? Because we had all these use cases already solved in a way that would make them reusable, we were able to go back to these packages and actually use them for all the kind of use cases. This also meant, however, that when the use case was not solved already, we had to put in a bit more time to actually make it to actually create a flexible package. It definitely takes more time than just writing the code in a side package. And in the last years, we noticed an increasing amount of overlapping requirements, especially related to GDPR and accessibility. So we thought to ourselves, wouldn't it be cool if we combined all these packages into a single product? And this is where we started shaping our product. And for this, we went on a vision workshop. Here you can see some images of the mess we created. And a lot of brainstorming was done over the 2 days. And we actually ended up with some main goals. So let's have a look at the goals we defined. Our product should serve as a red carpet for Neos CMS. It should also broaden the usage of Neos CMS. In our experience, we had a lot of customers that would not choose Neos CMS because it was too expensive to develop, too difficult to get into, and we wanted to tackle this challenge, to tackle this problem, and solve it with a product as a service. We also wanted to have an ever-updating software, so maintenance should not be optional, but essential. We wanted to serve the latest versions of the framework at any given time. And since we all love problem solving, this is us during some escape room shenanigans during our yearly traditional celebration. And some magic moment happened where we all transformed into old wizards and we found a name for our product, which is now 7Site. And Niklas is now going to tell you more about the details behind 7Site and what's actually needed to run it as a software as a service.
Yeah, now we are on a state where we have the awesome framework we can create different kind of websites with, but it's far away from a finished product you just can book or you just can bring to life. So you need a few more things. A decision we made was to introduce modules. We call them modules. Basically, a user books a module or uses a module, and one module can represent one or more packages from the framework Patrice mentioned, and gains access to them. We have free and we have built modules. Example for a free module would, for example, be headline text, sections, everything you need to build a normal website without any functionality. Build modules could be an external API service you can use. It can be an event management module where you can put events on, teams on, locations on, and so on. The individualization of each 7Site is done by picking these modules. So each customer can decide, I want that, I want that, I want that, and combine its custom 7Site. That's the way individualization happens between different 7Sites. The customer has monthly options to book or cancel a package, a module. So if the customer doesn't need event management anymore, he can just cancel it and can book another package or a module he wants. Package and module is basically naming the same internally. To manage all these, which customer needs which module and how should everything look like, we created a centralized API. This API is used by us as DevOps teams to create 7Sites, manage them, stop them, and so on. It communicates with the cloud hosting to do all the things we want them to do. And the customer also can communicate with the API over an UI to see what he currently has booked, can book new things, and so on. There's an UI, and so on. The API also pushes all that information to our billing service, so that we don't have to care about who has to pay for what. And it collects monitoring data, usage data from different services to get all in a centralized place. That is also used by our sales. Currently, Mirko does the most of our sales jobs. He can access all the usage data, can start a new 7Site in minutes to create a demo for the customer, and so on. And of course, it communicates with each 7Site instance. Each 7Site instance knows from the API what packages should the user be able to use, which not, which configuration should the user have, and so on. Now we have a setup, but the different 7Sites need a hosting or when we speak about hosting, you first need in our case, Docker image to start it somewhere in the cloud. We choose GitLab because we used GitLab before starting with 7-Site, and we are very happy with that, with the pipelines and so on. And in case of 7-Site, we have different users using our GitLab. It's the developers, which are putting new features and bug fixes into the product. It's Renovate, which is putting a bot putting package updates, Composer, NPM, and so on into the project at GitLab. And at the end, we need something we can deploy to our hosting, Docker images. So what happens inside of GitLab in our case? First of all, there are many, many repositories. We heard about it, more than 100, where the package live. Then we have a few repositories where the base image lives, something like PHP with all dependencies, Nginx with other dependencies, and so on. And we have some kind of hosting configuration each 7-Site needs to get started in the hosting later. We built two types of images from that, and we also have two types of repositories there. We have a standard repository where all the 7-Sites which are not having any individual programming inside can use it. We have also a few individual projects. These get an individual repository from us. We put our individualizations in these repositories, and there's also a similar image getting from there. And GitLab does all the stuff we need to get it all together. Installing packages via Composer, building JS, building CSS, putting all together in a Docker image and put it available for the hosting. A short note on release management. I think it's nothing really special. You might not know. We do semantic versioning on each package so that we can have an overview and get rid of which package version is used, hopefully already the newest. Then we do weekly reviews of open merge requests. Often they come from Renovate. Minor versions are deployed depending on when the feature is needed, and patch level versions ASAP depending on the urgency. Now we have the packages, we have the image which all we need to get it deployed. So let's take a look about cloud hosting. Why cloud hosting? Docker is a standard solution. We have easy rollouts, easy deployments, so our wish was to use Docker. We used some standard hosting before, and the wish was, hey, let's get a standardized environment for all 7-Sites. Kubernetes is a big blue elephant in the room when you speak about hosting Docker images. Why? Yeah, it's industry standard, and you have a lot of scalability options. When you book your Kubernetes cluster at a big provider, you can nearly scale wherever you want, and you get these managed servers. So you don't have to even think about where is the server running, is it running, do I have to monitor the system itself? You don't have to. You just need to book a Kubernetes cluster. It also gives us the opportunity to change the provider. So as the industry standard applies for every big hoster, Google Cloud, AWS, Ionos, and so on, you can just switch the provider without changing anything on the environment we build. A short look about how we did our hosting. We chose Ionos just because it was to the time back then. It was the only provider hosting only in Germany, and can be compared with the big ones, AWS, Google Cloud, and so on. There we book obviously a Kubernetes cluster and run 7-Sites in this cluster. You see, we run Neos and Redis directly side by side. So it's really in one pod, one Kubernetes pod, to get no network latency between these two services. We communicate between Neos and Redis over socket connections, and that was a big performance boost on that. Maybe you noticed you cannot really run in Neos without some other services, so you need, for example, MariaDB, OpenSearch, Matomo for local tracking instead of using Google Analytics, and Thumbor. Does anybody know Thumbor? Yeah, okay. It's an image optimization service. We implemented it directly in the ingress of Kubernetes. So Neos delivers images to the user in the given format and so on, but not optimized. No WebP image, not compromised, and so on. So on the way to the user, in the response, Thumbor does all that things for us. Besides Kubernetes, we also use other cloud services from Ionos. I think no surprise what you can use. We need volumes for Kubernetes too, but we switched for our Neos resources. We switched to an object storage or S3 because it was much faster than buying small volumes, 5 or 10 gigabytes from Ionos, because they are rate limited. A few security and availability aspects. We force TLS encryption on every request. HTTP isn't a thing. Secrets are only stored in the Kubernetes storage, nowhere else. We have external monitoring services to get all information, even if the full cluster is down. And we have Sentry, Loki, and Prometheus running inside the cluster to get monitoring of the health of the 7 sites. Then we do daily backups, of course, and store them on redundant locations to even get rid of a problematic when a full data center isn't available anymore or something else. And we external host our Git versioned Kubernetes config. So all the config we need to run for this Kubernetes cluster is stored on another hoster externally. So if there's anything with the current hoster, we can just switch to another one if needed. Patrice will give you another aspect about 7-site we think about, and it's the user experience.
Yeah, let's dive right into it. And we want to share some of our experiences we made along the years when it comes, for example, to node type naming. Node type naming matters. And when we started naming node types, we tried stuff like product teaser, which would contain a headline, text button, reference property. And we quickly realized that editors would use those in really unintended ways. Suddenly there was a full blog without even having a blog on that website, and the product teaser would be used as a blog article teaser. So we figured that we wanted to change this, and we switched to a more functional naming scheme. For example, simple content teaser. We try to use adjectives to make the names more memorable. And to be honest, we're quite surprised that these editors perceive those names better and quite well. And it's funny when customers talk to you about a sequential grid, because actually it's just fully functional and not really tangible, but it works quite well in our experience. Further point about editor experience is that usually editors have different skill levels. And if you add too many options in Neos, they are quickly overwhelmed. We try to reduce the complexity in 7-site. However, like a modular system like 7-site, which is based on a module toolkit, that needs at least some complexity. So we try to focus on a couple of things to achieve good accessibility. What does it mean? We try to add good default values to node types that make sense, node templates where they make sense. We try to structure the inspector grouping in logical ways that are accessible, like that make it easy to understand even a bit more complex node types. Because sometimes you really need it and you can't be too simple. When it comes to the editor experience, it's also important that you focus a bit on the little details. For example, we try to minimize required page reloads. That's especially noticeable when dealing with like interactive elements like tab controls, sliders, collapsible elements, where sometimes when inserting an element, we have seen implementations that would force a page reload. For example, with the tab control, there's like a single content collection at best, and when you insert a label, the item needs to be updated as well. So for this, we provide extra JavaScript in the backend to create a nice editor experience. We are able to create a nice or a better experience for the editor by having a new event provided as well. This is the, for example, the Neos Content Reloaded event, which is available in the Neos backend, which listens to changes on node types. What happens when you edit a property on an image slider? The image gets reloaded by the out-of-band rendering and just gets replaced in line. There's no new event for node created, one of the existing events, node removed, node selected. All those are not getting fired. And for example, in order to reinitialize an image slider, you need to listen to this kind of reload event. So this is one of our approaches when it comes to interactive content within the Neos backend, that most of the elements are feeling quite nice to edit content and put content into. For example, on the image on the right, you can see a selected image slider item, and we've put a huge focus on making sure that the slider actually jumps to slide number 2 in this case, when the editor selects slide number 2 on the node content tree. That's how it's called. Another enhancement we did in 7th site is about headlines and the headline structure. Oftentimes, it's very difficult for the editors to get a proper headline structure when it comes to a modular toolkit like we have in 7th site. So we needed an easy way within the Neos backend to have it visible right away. So if you look at the slides, for example, you can see the annotated headline tags in pink and black, which are directly visible in the Neos backend. And because we make use of our headline package, which provides a headline component, this is basically the case in every single headline. There's no headline that doesn't have these headline tags, even it's in a Fusion-only rendering. Let's talk a bit about creative flexibility, about the possibilities editors have in 7th site. One of the use cases we tried to solve was the definition of colors within the Neos CMS. For example, there are color scopes, right? So we have this color picker, but there's more to it. You don't select a color for each element. Instead, you select a so-called color scope, which would then apply color values to all the nested elements. For example, button colors, headline, and text colors. This is especially useful because it just saves time for when editing content within Neos. And eventually, the editor is going to be happy, as seen on the image before. In the Neos backend, you are able to create these color scopes on your own. They are grouped into certain design tokens. For example, as you can see here, we have like an accent color scope, which contains groups about primary, decorative colors, call to action colors, and so on. So by being able to edit these color scopes directly within Neos, we have created a way that allows editors to integrate their CI, their colors, and also their fonts into the 7th site Neos website. So what you can see here is just an example of how the font is chosen. Right now, we are actually limited to Google Web Fonts, so that when we have like 30 Google Web Fonts integrated right now, and these are selectable on this little widget. Niklas is going to tell you some more about marketing and target grouping and what kind of new possibilities we have for 7th site.
So while we finished 7th site as a product, the main question was, what would be the users we face? What users, what customers will we have then when the first 7th site is booked? And we made a few personas, which could be a potential customer. First, there is Stefan Siebenacker, a hotel and restaurant owner. He just needs a legally safe and a secure and safe website. He doesn't want to take care about it, and probably he just has a low budget for a website. Then there is Jasmin Siebenstein. She's a marketing manager at a medium-sized company. She needs powerful tools in 7-Site, works daily with the website, and she is working together with her colleagues. Probably that medium-sized company also has a medium budget. And there's Robert Siebeneicher. He's a publishing director at a big publisher. He wants only the best for its employees, but he needs individual adjustments on his website. He wants it really, really that way, and there is no alternative. But he maybe has a larger budget than the other ones. So that is when we come up with a solution for all 3 personas and created our tariffs, that everybody can get his personal 7-Site on a starter, a standard, or an individual 7-Site. If you are interested more in detail, just ask us the next days. We will tell you a bit more in detail. When it comes to marketing, we experienced that demo websites deployed in minutes, we have the possibility with the great hosting, is the key. So we can give the customer, after the first conversation, we can give the customer a demo instance, get his logo inside, get some of his images inside, and he can just check it out, can test the 7-Site, and then hopefully books it. And what gains a lot of positive experience at the user was the first look Neos experience, we call. So maybe you also experienced it with some customers. If a completely new user, which maybe comes from WordPress before, comes into Neos and sees how easy it is to edit content, it's a wow effect. They say, wow, so easy, I never thought that it could be so easy to implement a website like that. And we use 7-Site as tool for agencies. Not just for us as an agency, also for other agencies. For example, we have 3 partners which are already distributing 7-Sites for their customers in cooperation with us. So it's a call to action for you. If you maybe have a project you want to test 7-Site with, just get in contact with us. We can give you a demo in minutes, and you can check out 7-Site together with your customer. Maybe it's the right choice also for you. Thank you for being here and listening to us. Maybe there are some questions. I don't know.
Let's find out. Well, what does that mean? We had to make it shorter.
There were slides left. Okay.
Yes.
Right, there are some questions, and I think we can spend 2 or 3 minutes on them. Here's a good one. When a customer cancels a module, what happens with the content built with this module?
Cancels I think I get the question anyway.
One module.
Yeah.
Since the module is still installed in the 7-Site, the content is available after the cancel date, but he cannot edit it anymore or create new ones of that module type, now type, and so on. When there's a bigger module like events, for example, the customer wants to cancel, we get in touch with the customer, tell him, hey, you cannot use that and that anymore, and find a solution face by face.
In the backend, it's basically based on the node privileges you already know. So we have configuration loader that is in sync with the API and creates a dynamic configuration. So when that module is no longer booked, the module is still there, but with the added node privileges, it's no longer editable. It's still there. That being said, by using those privileges and reserving like administrator rights for us, we always have the opportunity to create those elements within that Neos installation as a demo. Like we can show them, hey, here's what the side panel would look like on your page. And it's also a nice way of marketing and for upselling those modules as towards, in addition to the base tariff.
So basically, we talk to each other, we talk to the customers, and get a solution then.
One thing I want to say to that, we have, like, for example, a module that is based around DeepL translations, right? Where obviously customers can, and they do, book that package for a single month, translate their websites into the other language, and then cancel the subscription of that module. That's, however, still a win because the customer profits from that. And when the customer profits from that, like, we are happy when the customer is happy with NeoCMS because we love NeoCMS, and that's what we will try to broaden the usage of. So yeah, that's basically a repetition, but yeah.
All right, thank you. And another question here. You went into some detail already. Is there manual setup still involved in setting up a client instance, or is everything automated?
The setup of the instance itself, it's completely automated. When we set up a demo to put a logo or some images on it, that's manually work from us, but just the setup to get it up and running is just one click for us.
We have ideas to make even that, like to automate even that, by like with the help of AI, as heard earlier. There's tons of possibilities for us to explore when it comes to this. But yeah, as you said.
Future plans.
Yeah.
All right, and the last question I have right now, maybe very specific. You said your infrastructure knows about the active 7-site instances, and the question is it possible to have a not connected instance?
Not connected to the API was the question, maybe, or? Yes? Okay. Currently, it's not. It would work. There's a fallback mode when the API maybe is not available or something, but you are very limited in that what you can use these completely logic to have what modules the customer booked and so on is then not available, and so you cannot use everything. Theoretically, it's possible, but not the use case we want to force on that.
It's worth pointing out, however, that these services all run within Ionos, so that there's no external connection to an API that could break down. So it's all like internally connected.
Yeah, it's all internal network. Then because you can't put it out of the network, because then the services wouldn't be available. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for the demonstration and all the information about 7-Site, the web site as a service platform that you've developed. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please.
Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank.
And as Niklas and Patrice were very punctual and on time, you now have the opportunity to go downstairs to the main stage where we have the NEOS Awards right now in 2 minutes. So thank you very much for being here, and see you in a few minutes on the main stage. Thank you.